I
told you. I'm done.
You made the head bob.
Look, I'm done. No, I know. It was all a deception to get you to look like an idiot. And it worked. You're just a sheep, man. It's a Thursday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
All right, if you are up, getting ready for work right now and have not gone outside, oh, man.
Take a peek out the window.
Because they said this was just going to be like a dusting.
I know. I didn't think it was going to be
some
inches.
heavy dust.
He is doing the old man weather thing this morning.
I listened
They
to
call
Stacey
for
Paget.
a dusting. This isn't a
Your
dusting.
buddy.
My buddy? What did I? No,
Your
she's
buddy?
mean to me. She checked me in a charity hockey game and knocked me over.
Oh, so she's my buddy.
Yeah, she's your buddy. Yeah.
Yeah.
About the same height, too.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it is. Depending on where you are in the greater Rochester area, I guess some roads are good right now, but there are a lot that aren't.
They're unplowed, and they're just getting out now.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing, too, that makes it dangerous. It's the slush under the snow. So it is super slippery. So be careful this morning. And as Tommy loves to say, give yourself a little extra time.
Slow your ass down.
All right, so Christmas is
A couple days away.
Less than 2 weeks.
Wow.
We are less than 2 weeks from Christmas, and a lot of toys on people's minds.
Toys?
Well, getting toys for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what
I
I'm
did my part.
No, I know you did.
I
Again,
stepped up.
I was not. This is not attacking you.
China called me and thanked me.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You have to be careful about which toys you get for which kids.
Okay.
Because there are some parents that are very particular about what their kids are able. Like screen time parents are very
Yeah.
weird. Like I don't want my kids.
Well, and like getting an appropriate age gift.
And then even the dangerous toys,
Yeah.
right? Now, it seems like there are fewer dangerous toys than ever. But yesterday, arguably the most dangerous toy in the history of America went to auction and sold for a fortune.
We're going way back in time, I would imagine.
We're
right?
going back to 1950.
Oh.
So
Wait, 1950.
the year 1950.
All right. Mr. Bayonet.
In 1950, it's worse. The inventor of the erector set
Oh, I remember those.
put out a science kit,
Yeah.
separate thing, called the Gilbert U-238. Are you familiar with this?
That sounds like a spy plane
It
that
does.
crashed in like Moscow.
Also would have been less dangerous than this. It was an atomic energy lab.
Oh.
What?
What comes with that?
Actual uranium.
No.
What?
Hand to God.
Uranium.
Hand to God. So the reason this went up for auction yesterday, they're super rare because they were only manufactured for 2 years, and very few of them stayed intact.
Well, most of the people at the plant died.
Yeah, I mean, what did you?
Uranium?
Are you building a
bomb.
like a mini bomb?
You're not building anything.
Yeah.
You're not building anything. So the hook of this, by the way, it sold one of these in full togetherness, sold yesterday for $13,000.
Wow.
Well, but I would think it would be illegal to even have that.
Okay,
like
so
uranium.
I will explain.
All right.
Now, the draw of this, it was during the atomic age, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
sure.
it's all people were going and watching atomic bombs being exploded as a tourism attraction.
New Mexico.
And Nevada, place
Yeah.
like that. So it had 4 glass jars, and it came with a Geiger counter. And you could use the Geiger counter to test the radiation levels. So they sold 5,000 of them in 2 years.
Goddamn.
It eventually was pulled from the market due to government restrictions and because it was too hard for the company to continue to buy the uranium.
Yeah, yeah. It was
And
getting a little scarce.
You know, at the time, there were also people like, see, the government getting involved in uranium sales. I can't. I live in a country where I should be able to give uranium when I want uranium.
So it had to be pretty expensive for the time, then I would imagine.
The retail price was $49.50. If you adjust it for inflation, that's over $650.
Holy, yeah.
But this thing is pretty intense. It looks really cool if it wouldn't kill you. Now, what's interesting about this is despite the fact that it had uranium in it, if the uranium stayed in the glass jars, it was almost harmless.
Yeah, and kids never break things.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
How many kids, and I'm being serious when I ask this, open that jar and ate the uranium?
Oh, ate it?
Ate it or played with
yeah.
it or threw it against something to smash it, right?
Like, I can't really tell based on the picture because I have a picture of the one that sold yesterday in front of me. I don't know how much is a lot of uranium.
I don't either. I know it doesn't take much to blow things up.
I mean, I'm looking at the glass jars. They're pretty little. They're probably like 2 inches tall.
Yeah.
But it's got radioactive material inside. It's got a atomic cloud chamber.
So what were you supposed to do with it? It was just kind of like a plaything.
I think for the Geiger counter, right?
There was
play with the Geiger counter to see. hear it go off.
And it looks like there were other experiments you could
Okay.
do with
Yeah.
like this stuff. You know, it was like
But
the
but
science
that was
kits.
meant to stay in the glass.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
At least according to the way it was
Okay.
gone. But again, it's the 1950s, and every kid's an idiot, and you're
Yeah.
going to eat uranium.
Right.
I want to see what this uranium tastes like. I mean, Kimmy, you remember there used to be those science kits where you could mix like certain clear
Yeah,
liquids
that's
and it would
what I
turn
was
yellow.
picturing. Yeah.
It's like that, except
Okay.
with all of the cancer in the box.
Okay.
Because I can remember getting those chemistry sets, those
Yeah.
erector sets. I can't imagine how much poison was in those boxes.
You know, it's a good question.
Between the lead and whatever else we were playing with at the time.
Well, because you're right. Like, nobody had any idea
No.
about, I mean, well, for you especially, with the metals and the chemicals. But even us, I mean, 30 years ago, people were
Yeah, they
keeping an
found
eye
out
on
there
this
was
stuff.
some dangerous stuff. Remember the doll that ate girls' hair?
So my sister had that.
Yeah.
My sister had
Like
that doll.
legitimate?
So there was a Cabbage Patch doll. There was a motor in its jaw.
Yeah.
They called it the Tommy Muley of dolls for several reasons. It came with like French fries, and you
Yeah.
would rah, and it would go
Alright.
through it and come out its butt.
No.
Yeah.
It, like,
Well,
Wait, it would.
it would go to the bathroom.
No way.
I'm not kidding.
That it had a.
You had to change its diaper.
Wait, it had a butt.
no, okay, it didn't come
Well,
out as poop. It just
it
came
was
out
like-
as like the full piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had a
But
butt.
out of its butt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how it would work.
I know how it works, but why would they make that?
Because they
Well,
make-
yeah, like as I think you would like feed it a bottle too, and it would.
No, that was a
like,
different
Wait,
doll.
Wet its
it would-
diaper?
It would take a leak.
That
Oh,
was
that
a-
was a different
that was
one?
a
I guess
different
you're
one. But my
right.
sister,
Baby leak.
Either
a lot?
way,
Yeah.
like they really wanted you to change a diaper
Oh.
for some reason.
but this motor in the mouth of the Cabbage Patch doll,
Yep.
Yeah.
it would get hair.
Oh,
Yeah.
And swallow you whole. Like,
Yeah.
My sister got one when she was a kid before they recalled them. My dad never sent it back.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Your bags are too long anyway. Here's the thing. If you're over 30,
Yeah.
you got a dangerous toy at
Oh,
some
yeah.
point in your childhood, right? 252 WCMF, 252-9263, the most dangerous toy you ever had. And it's funny because you had so much lead in your toys, you probably can't even remember one specifically.
I remember the coolest toy I got. It was right. So my dad had rented we lived in New Jersey,
Mhm.
and they rented a place down on the shore for the summer. And so I remember going.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was a bungalow on a
A
water.
bungalow. Shut up, Hef.
So my brothers came down, my sister. I'm a little kid, and I remember this because I think I was like 5 or 6. And my dad got me a bazooka gun. It was a toy bazooka gun, and it would shoot tennis balls or anything else you put in it.
All right.
But you had to pump it up full of air. But I was too little, so I would get my brothers to pump it. And they pumped it till it almost like broke, and then I would put like rocks and stuff in it and fire them out. And I mean, they came out where you could break glass bottles with this thing.
Oh, my God.
But you had to really pump the crap out of it. So here I am in Jersey, running around with a bazooka full of rocks, like shooting at stuff.
That sounds awesome.
It was the coolest.
Bazooka
but-
And
full of rocks.
horrifying.
Yeah, but I could have
Yeah.
taken a kid's head off
Yeah.
with this thing.
Yeah.
100%.
So I learned if you put a bunch of smaller rocks in it, it turned into like a shotgun.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It was really cool, man.
When I was a kid, I would get model rockets every once
Oh,
in a while.
those were the
Yeah.
that was the wicked cool stuff.
We used to build them in school.
Well, no, well, okay, but like
Did
it's,
they have Rocket Day?
yeah, but like these ones were.
That's what I was. Is it something like that?
Had the
kind
little
of.
engines in them.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
okay, well, it wasn't so much an engine as it was like a firework.
Yeah, it's like a big Roman candle, really.
But here's the thing. So, like, I guess when you got these things, I would get them at like 7, 8, 9 years old, and I was never smart enough to like
Yeah.
figure it out. I just wanted to see something explode. So it was funny as the years went on, the rockets would become more base.
Yeah.
Like the first one, I got like put this all together and figure out the yaw or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one was like, here's a tube with a bomb in it.
And you lit those things off with no safety goggles on, nothing.
Yeah. And I remember, like, I'm sure these things were supposed to be done with a parent, but my dad wasn't.
No.
He's not in that. So, like, you were just allowing 8, 9, 10-year-old me to use this essential tiny bomb,
Yeah.
right, to put in this thing and hope that I do it right. I remember one of them came with, like, it was, like, the coolest thing. It had, like, a launch button
Oh wow.
that said launch. So, like,
Yeah.
you connected it to this
Yeah.
thing and you would press the white button.
Cool as crap.
But what was funny is, like, I don't know if I did it wrong, but I hit the launch button and nothing happened.
Yeah.
So, I'm like 9, 10. I start walking towards the rocket, and thank God I was still like 10 feet away. Woof, it blows up, goes up in the air. But like I would have been standing over, look, what the hell? And then my face is gone.
So I remember a kid next door when I was in Jersey and little, and he got one of those model airplanes that flew on gas. Like it was a little
Oh my
gas or
gosh.
kerosene something model airplane. Right?
Okay.
So, but it had strings on it, so you would just fly it around, but you had to hold on.
Oh
to it.
yeah.
Right, but you just got dizzy in a circle. Well, the way you started it was you had to push the propeller with your finger, and it's a metal propeller. So like you're flicking and flicking and flicking this thing till it catches, and like if you're not careful, this thing's going to take your finger off. And there's like no instructions like be careful with your finger when you start your plane because you may lose it.
Be careful with your finger. Just good advice, period.
Always watch where you put your finger.
252 WCMF. The most dangerous toy ever made, sold at auction yesterday for $13,000. It was released in 1950. The man who made erector sets started selling the Gilbert U-238 atomic energy uranium stayed in the jar. But again, kids, did girls get dangerous toys
Yeah.
other
Well, I
than
was
an
gonna
eating
say,
Cabbage Patch?
I
I'm thinking of
remember
the one.
eating Cabbage Patch. I also remember, so there was this toy, and I think they had a boy version of it too. But the girl version it was like a fairy-looking doll, and you'd wind it up, and
the Tommy Muley.
it would fly in the air almost like a drone. Like it would take off, and its little like wings would fly around like propellers, which was fine if it went straight in the air. But if you aimed it at anybody, that thing could take somebody's eye out easily. Those things were blades flying in the air.
And it was like the heaviest plastic you'd ever seen in your life. Like there was no foam on it, no nothing. It was these things, they were like what you just described, except you couldn't. Yeah, you couldn't control them. What girl toy did you think was dangerous?
The Easy Bake Oven.
Oh, that's a good
You talk
one.
about a fire hazard.
Yeah.
Like, hey, let's bake. Here's a little oven you can set anywhere with this high intensity light bulb that's going to make you a brownie.
That's a really good one. And like they eventually had the boy version of that too. The creepy
crawlers.
crawlers.
Oh, creepy crawlers, yeah.
I had a creepy crawler machine. I also had the Domino's Pizza Easy Bake Oven.
Jesus.
Damn, that's
they made
pretty
one
cool.
of those?
Pizza was terrible.
Well, yeah.
It was the first time I was disappointed by pizza. I'm not even kidding. I remember being 6. I got it from one of my relatives got it for me.
Do you slide it in and make your little pizza?
Yeah, Christmas morning, like everything, we had opened presents, whatever. So I like take it away and I make the pizza and I'm all excited. I take it out. I was like, because you're a kid, you expect certain things. It was just awful.
Yeah.
But you're right. They were letting kids. They let us use these super hot ovens. Completely on our own with these. And the creepy crawlers one was super dangerous because the molds were just straight metal.
Yeah.
Remember you had to take it out with like that spatula?
Yeah.
But you had nowhere to put it.
No.
And it's literally 500 degrees. Yeah.
Molten like chocolate.
I made so much money selling creepy crawlers on the bus. 15 cents. Give it up. 10 for $1. All right. So the moral of the story here,
what's that?
Stay
Stay away from plutonium or uranium.
Uranium. That's good advice.
Yeah.
It's really good advice. Also, watch where you put your finger.
Yeah.
Also good advice. But no, like if you are shopping for toys for kids, just think about, hey,
all right,
every single way this kid you're buying for could hurt themselves with this toy.
All right.
We got a dynamite uranium kind of breakup for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out.
That's right. Bitch Boys Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, just after 7, how would you like tens of thousands of dollars?
Yeah, bring it.
Your wife could do that for you.
Right.
I mean, look, well, men listening to this show, your wife could do that for you. Well, and she wouldn't even need a traditional job.
But she could bring in tens of thousands of dollars.
Let me put it this way. The high end of this is over 6 figures.
Oh.
And this is not a pyramid scheme. This is not a Ponzi scheme. In fact, this might be one of the most noble things.
So it ain't pervy.
No, a human being. Well, here's the thing. You're going to think it's pervy, but it's not.
You
pervy.
said noble.
It is noble. Like you are giving a family to a couple that thought they would never get a family. Why are you laughing like that? There is a woman in our area.
Yeah, what's she doing?
They did a story about her this week, and she is doing exactly what this is. It only became legal in New York State a few years ago.
So this was an illegal operation at one point.
It was, yes. But now,
All right.
not only is it legal, it is in high demand. And we'll tell you what it is just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. Yesterday, the history of the Buffalo Bills changed forever.
What happened now?
Well, since the inception, the Buffalo Bills had been a one-family team.
Yeah.
Ralph Wilson and his family, and then the Pagula family.
Yeah.
No longer.
Yeah.
And there are some Bills fans that are a little bit nervous.
Why?
Based on where these people are coming from. And we'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. For the moment the Buffalo Bills started existing as a franchise, they were unique.
Yeah.
They were a team that perfectly fit the community they were built into.
Oh, okay.
You had an owner who started it, who no other city wanted.
Yeah.
You had a team that was hamstrung by finances that could only find players that were willing to come and work hard, right? And they were a family-run business.
Yeah.
It was very, very unique to professional sports. It was that way up until yesterday.
What happened?
Because there are some new bosses in town. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. You would understand why someone would get in serious trouble for saying something like this. However, it's also one of those crimes where just because you do this doesn't mean you're going to get in trouble. In fact, you may have someone say this to you today, and you don't even think about it.
Oh.
So how serious does this sentence have to be?
Is it like a statement?
Oh, it's a statement.
Okay.
Before the cops get called, and we'll get into the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday it was announced that the Buffalo Bills have new ownership.
Oh.
The Pagula family sold a part of the franchise.
Little share?
Yep, to a group of business people. So
Yeah.
there are 9 new owners.
Investors?
Yes, that's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
Of the Buffalo Bills. So there is a private investment firm, like a company, along with 8 other people. And the headliners of the group,
Yeah.
former NBA stars Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter.
Okay.
It is believed that this group purchased 19% of the team.
Ooh. Nice
And
little chunk.
we don't know how much they spent, Tommy. However, the Bills are valued at $4.2 billion right now.
All right.
19% of that,
That's got to be a few $1,000s.
it's about $800 million.
Oh.
But it would also be safe to assume,
Yeah.
because it's so hard to get into NFL ownership, that and NFL teams do nothing but go up in value, that they probably paid over $1 billion collectively to get into this group.
Wow.
And it is also very possible that the Pagula family got back the $1.4 billion from this deal that they spent on the team in the first place.
That they've already made their money back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let me just put that into perspective here. When the Pagulas bought this team,
Yeah.
it was worth $1.4 billion. It is now worth $4.2 billion. And they may have broken even on the team with selling 20% of it.
Wow.
19%.
Yeah.
So you saw this yesterday, Tommy, and it wasn't a big deal to you.
No, because they said they needed to raise money for the overages on the stadium.
That's the assumption here, right?
But other teams do this.
So
don't
other teams actually did, and we'll touch on that in a second.
Yeah.
Because something changed, and that's why this all of a sudden happened. Kimmy, did you see this and think anything of it?
No, I mean, I thought it was part of the team's growth, you know what I mean? And just the way that just how valuable these franchises are now. I would think like eventually that's kind of going to be the case in a lot of places.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It is strange, first off, just from an optics standpoint,
Yeah.
that for the first time in the history of the franchise, it's not a family-owned
Yeah,
business.
it is. I mean, is that unique?
Well, no, I mean, it was unique for a long time that the Bills
Yeah.
made it this long being
Yeah.
a family
Yeah, but
run
when you
business.
say family, you don't. It's not like the dry cleaner down the street. He's not this warm, cuddly billionaire.
No,
you know
I
what mean?
understand.
Right. But I mean,
And
his
they
whole
still
family
won't-
does
They still
involve
have-
themselves.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say
Oh,
and that seems like like Ralph Wilson and his family was kind of the same way, right?
I mean, he was at every game. He had a
Yeah.
helipad on top of the stadium. You
Yeah.
could see it was funny when the Bills were getting blown out when I was a kid.
You hear the chopper?
You would see it in,
Oh.
in the middle of the fourth quarter.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
He's
over the
gone?
scoreboard on the one side.
Damn.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, they still have control of the team.
Yes,
so-
understood. But
Yeah.
it was nice. It was like, Uncle Ralph, Uncle
Yeah.
Terry, like they're here. They bought the team. This is theirs. Yes, they still have control of the team. And just a fun little tidbit.
Yeah.
19% is a strange number.
Okay.
I think it was on purpose.
Oh.
Held under 20% for a reason.
Well, the Pagulas have 4 kids.
Ah.
And if each of them got 20% and they sold 20%, the Pagula family would no longer individually have majority ownership. So one of the kids, I bet you, is getting 21% to make sure that nobody could take over the Bills franchise and pull it out from under them. But there was a little bit of worry.
About what?
All of these investors
Yeah.
that bought into the Bills yesterday have connections to the city of Toronto.
All of them?
All
Oh,
of
okay. I
them.
didn't realize that. I knew a few of them did.
The apparently the company that bought in is a Toronto company. The folks whose names don't really matter are all business people up there. And Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter were stars for the Toronto Raptors at one point in their NBA career.
So there is a Canada connection.
So then, yesterday during the press conference, Terry Pagula, when asked about this, said that the Bills wanted to, quote, get back in the Toronto market, and folks were very alarmed by what that meant.
But that makes sense because you've got this new stadium you've got to fill, and you're going to need some rich cats to come down and buy those boxes and these luxury seats that you're not going to sell to Batavia and,
First of all,
Gates.
How dare you? Batavia and Gates, a lot of fine people there.
Yeah, I know guys out that way.
Yeah, super cool guys with beards, late pipe. I don't know why I got so aggressive at the end.
I don't know.
No, that makes sense. You need those rich people from Toronto.
100%. Look, that argument is fine.
Yeah.
The question Bills fans have
What?
is what does get back in the Toronto market mean?
Yeah, are we going to do one of those international games every year again? Is that coming
You're
back?
not. You had to fill that stadium.
Yeah.
You're not going to trade away one of your home games in that new stadium. You spent too much money on it to lose a home game. That's not going to happen.
Unless you have the ability to make more money in a Toronto game than you would in a game in that stadium.
Bro, you got to float that boat.
Oh wait, I didn't think about
Are you floating that boat by giving your money to Toronto?
I didn't-
Because some of that money stays up
I
there.
didn't think about the
Toronto.
boat floating.
Yeah, you got to float that boat.
Well, see, here's the thing.
What?
19% of the team owners now are Toronto people. Just saying, like
All right.
oh, the ownership's got to get their money back. Like these people from Toronto that just bought a piece of the team. So there were questions about another run at the Bills Toronto series. Now, it wasn't asked to Terry Pagula. It was asked by fans out loud.
Well, what happened?
So here's a fun fact for you, too. The lease the Bills have with this new stadium say they have to play all of the potential 17 games in an NFL season in this facility. Okay?
All their home games have to be there.
Yes, any game that is in a 17-game NFL schedule, if it is scheduled at home, have to be played at this new stadium.
All
But
right.
Tim Graham of The Athletic pointed out, and
What's
this
he saying?
is where it gets interesting, the NFL very soon is going to move to an 18-game season.
18. They're going to add another game?
It's just a matter of
How
time.
are they going to do that with all these injuries and crap?
They're going to put another bye week into the schedule.
All right.
So that will
So
put
just
you
big stretch.
Yeah, and that'll put you at President's Day.
So
Super Bowl.
every team will have 2 byes.
Yeah, you got that's
All
the plan. That's the idea
All
behind it. And if they go to an 18th game and the contract they signed with the stadium says 17 games, could the Bills find a way to put that new game the NFL offers in Toronto?
Man, I would be so pissed off. I spent all my money to get these seats.
Yeah.
And add licensing and everything
Yeah.
else. And then I got to go to Toronto to watch the game if I want to go see the game.
But counterpoint to that, it's already happening. For example, the Bills played a home game in London last year,
Yeah.
right? Like, I'm a Bills season ticket holder, and I was fortunate enough to go to London, but most people weren't. So if I'm a Bills season ticket holder, I lost a home game to
Yeah, but
London.
now you got to do that licensing and everything else.
I agree with you. I'm with
I'd
you.
be out of my mind.
And again, there's nothing that suggests they're going to do that.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
just, what does get back into Toronto mean?
Mm-hmm. I mean, do you think that it helps or hurts if the Bills are good? Because I'm thinking you don't have to worry about it until maybe the team starts to slip a little bit, and then maybe they want to start to add those games into the schedule again.
But if we go back to the original Buffalo and Toronto series, the reason it didn't work is because they were just shipping up really bad teams
Yeah.
to go play football. I would think if they're
Do you
good,
think they do it while they're peaking, though? You
I
don't
don't
want
know.
to take away that home game if the team's successful. I don't know.
unless you can make an extra $50 million
Yeah.
bucks. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, there are new owners of the Buffalo Bills, a 9-person ownership group. Bought 19%. They are Toronto people, all of them. 2 of them, the headliners, former NBA stars Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter. Now look,
On foreign soul.
foreign
Foreign
soil.
soil.
Americans
Oh.
that made money on foreign
Foreign
soil.
soul.
Look,
Yeah.
this could just be people being extra paranoid.
Yeah.
Right? And the Bills aren't the only team that did this yesterday. The Dolphins, the Eagles, and the Raiders also announced new minority owners. And this is happening because the NFL changed the rules about who could own small stakes in NFL teams. So as we sit here and speculate about what this means, Buffalo and Toronto and whatever, this could just be NFL owners getting paid from people who desperately want the cachet
Sure.
of being a 2% NFL
Yeah,
team owner.
and they're getting cash out of it. So
Kimmy, could you Google what 1% of $4.2 billion is? You can actually write it out in Google and it'll tell you. Because I
would
did
it be
this last
$40 million?
Okay, are we going to do this?
1% of what? $4.2 billion
We have
would be that'd be $4,500.
no. Is it 400 or 40?
I think it's
40.
40 million.
Hold on, let me add the zeros.
45.
It's 420 million.
No, that
No.
would be 10%.
No,
1%.
1%
1%.
of
1% of 4 million.
billion.
Wait,
Did you
what's
say-
1% of
No,
a million?
4.2 billion.
What's
4
1% of a million?
1% of 4.2 billion,
It'd
according
be
to Google.
$100,000.
No, 1% of a million.
Be
Because
100,000?
1% of
Yeah.
okay.
No,
How are we?
No.
10,000.
How are we so
Sold.
stupid?
Hold on.
Oh my God, we have Google. I asked her to Google it,
What's 1%?
so we wouldn't do this.
What's 1% of $100?
$1.
All right, now add that.
Why is this? Hold on.
40 million.
This is me trying to figure out a tip on my phone.
Again,
Yeah.
the universe randomly brought the three of us together to do this job.
Yeah.
And how the three of us, the worst three people at math in the universe, ended up with microphones in front of our faces is mind-boggling.
Oh, I only know like low Southern math.
You don't know math, and I don't know math.
I know low math.
I don't know English either. The reason I wonder is, like, I mean, would it be worth, like, how much you would have to spend just to say I own an NFL
Right.
franchise?
Yeah. It'd still be like an insane amount of money.
I understand, but like whether you own 100% or 1%, you're still an NFL owner.
Yeah, you're in.
Right? Like I have shares in the Rochester Red Wings.
Yeah.
I spent $150 to get stock in the Wings. I am a franchise
But you're
owner.
a chump.
What are you talking about? I'm a chump.
It's like
You don't talk to a franchise owner like that.
you remember.
Get out of my stadium.
You remember when I told you my father, when we lived in South Florida, got into the Palm Beach Yacht Club through his rich buddy.
Yep.
And that was like his goal because you got like the Blazer and you hung out with all those other yachting dicks, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had the smallest boat at the yacht club.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a slip for him. He had to tie up by the gas station where they pumped the gas for the yachts.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When he went out to dinner,
Yeah.
like, at some restaurant, and they asked, what do you do? And he said, I'm a member of the Palm Beach Yacht Club. They didn't know that.
Yeah, but you know what sucks? When you pull up to the yacht club and you're right by the gas pump and you got to get up where there's just a ladder for your ass. You're not really looking like a yachty.
Do
Okay,
we
so
have?
I added one too many zeros.
I told you.
It's 42 million.
Okay, so to
Holy.
Yeah.
Oh, so I said 40 million.
Okay, great. Good job.
Oh, no. I was right.
You said 15 numbers.
But one of them was right.
So to own 1%,
You're going to look like my dad getting out of his boat on a ladder.
and think about this, the Bills are one of the lower value teams in the
Oh,
NFL.
yeah.
So to own 1% of one of the most economical teams in the NFL will still cost you $42 million.
Like, I can't imagine what that guy that owns the SoFi Stadium, that
Oh,
guy's got to be insanely rich. 'Cause
The owner of the Rams.
he owns the stadium.
Kroenke, yeah.
He paid for that.
Yep.
$6 billion or something like that to
Oh,
build that
was it?
thing.
By the way, let's say that do Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter, if they own 1%, they have that much money left over from their NBA days?
Well, they
Well, NBA pays an insane amount, right?
But I
well,
didn't
that,
think.
and I mean, they probably, being stars in Toronto probably made a ton off of Canadian endorsements
Just
and stuff.
poutine sales.
That was way back in the day, though.
And syrup.
You forget.
True,
we're
true,
old
but
now.
that
You
may-
forget how long ago
You're
they
right,
played.
but I mean, Vince Carter was around a long time.
Yeah, human
I mean,
highlight
I don't know when did he retire? He only
Like 3
retired a
years
few
ago.
years
Yeah.
ago.
I will say this: I am
That's a long career.
I am excited about Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady being now owners of the Buffalo Bills. I loved watching them when I was
Yeah.
growing up, and like having celebrity owners was always something like other teams had that I
Yeah.
was kind of jealous
All
of.
right, so you'll see him now.
Except for the Dolphins, because they always pick the weirdest people. It's Gloria Estefan, Serena Williams, The Rock. Come on out.
All right, so you'll see.
Where's the beef guy? Gail, make the donuts guy. They're married. They're having a baby, and it's a dolphin.
They had a dolphin baby.
50-yard line.
Wow.
And it cost him 10% of 4.2 billion, $15,000. Let's take a break.
What?
This is one of those sentences that, depending on how you say it, can be ignored
Oh,
or get you locked behind bars.
it's that strong of a statement.
Yeah. I mean, look, in this case, this man was arrested for it. And I do think maybe they need to be more clear. How do I say this
Yeah.
where it gets me in trouble?
Oh.
We'll tell you what it is and what happened to a man east of us. Next here in the break room on CMF. Sometimes it's not about what people say.
Yeah.
It's how they say it.
Oh.
The same sentence, Tommy, can mean two different things based on simple tone of voice.
Yeah, I've been toned out of relationships.
And that might be an argument one man tries to make, facing some allegations this morning. Because, Tommy, folks say this all the time.
All right.
And they don't get locked up.
Mm.
You're hanging out at the Breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And now in the state of New York,
Yeah.
what if I told you your wife and all you ladies listening have the opportunity to make up to 6 figures in less than a year?
And it's legit.
It's legitimate. It is not. You don't have to do any traditional job.
You ain't being nasty.
No, but it will change your life. And it would change the life of everyone that lives around you.
You're going to get that much money.
Bro, I'm telling you, this is not a scam. In fact, you can argue this is one of the most noble things you can do for another human being. Kimmy, do you have any idea what
I think I know where you're going with this one.
Tommy's totally lost.
No, I know what you're talking
Oh, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's got Giner in it.
Building robots. It's got Giner in it?
Yeah.
Is that what you say every time you get your coffee? I'd like a refund, please. Got Giner in it. Give me the other one. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Let's take a trip, Tommy.
Where are we going?
Out to Canandaigua.
Oh, nice area.
That's where we find a 57-year-old man who was arrested last week. Authorities say the man was having some kind of issue with another resident who lives in his apartment building.
Okay.
We don't know why they were feuding. We don't know what led to this specific incident. But according to police, the 57-year-old man threatened to kill his neighbor.
Okay.
Said he was going to kill him.
Kill you.
The neighbor called police. The man was arrested, charged with harassment. He has a court date coming up. So threatening to kill someone is against the law.
Yeah. You can't threaten people.
Yeah. But how against the law saying I'm going to kill you depends on a couple of factors.
Mm.
For example, time and place
Yes.
would matter, right? It would be way more intimidating if someone said that to you one-on-one in front of a group of people, if you're amongst a bunch of buddies versus a stranger.
Yeah, if you said it jokingly.
Here you go. Well, that comes up in a second.
Yeah.
The scenario you find yourself in also matters. How heated the situation.
Yeah.
What access do you have to things that can actually hurt the person when you say, I'm going to kill you?
All right.
And then, as you said,
Yeah.
tone of voice.
Yes.
Tommy, I tell you I'm going to kill you probably on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, you've never called the police.
Yes.
And if you do, I will kill you.
I'll call your dad.
Yeah, okay. I got plenty of time then. I mean, Tommy, it's
Yeah.
one of those things where just by saying I'll kill you, by the letter of the law, you have committed a crime.
Sometimes it is said it's said offhanded.
But that's open to interpretation of the person who
Yeah.
hears
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. But I can remember
I was just joking.
I was joking with you.
It was a joking around. I'll kill you. You know.
there was another saying like, "Why don't you go kill yourself?" as a joke.
Sure, yeah. Back in the day.
But people would say that.
Yeah.
You say that now, it takes even offhandedly.
Sounds harsh.
I wouldn't say it.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm with you there.
But we used to joke about it.
Oh, I know. I understand. Look, even who you say it to can
Yeah.
matter. Because, Tommy, you're a man who has been legitimately threatened many a
Yeah.
time.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Plenty of people who were very upset when you said these very words, I'm going to kill you, to
Yeah.
your face.
And some of them look like they had already killed people.
Did you ever call the police?
No.
Those guys, some of those
Did
guys
you
had.
want to call the police?
Yeah, but the phone was up too high on the wall.
So I had to be careful here. One of those people was also a client of the radio station at the time.
Okay.
So you don't want to get messy?
Yeah,
Okay.
but they didn't threaten me.
Yeah, oh, no. You get threatened where they're going to kill you.
I think so.
Your butt hurt from the killing? Kill threatening?
It was scary.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. What would you have to see or hear to take a threat like this seriously? And would you call another person soft for calling 911 if someone told them, I'm going to kill you?
I mean, it depends on who said it. Even if they were mad.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain people, if they said it and they were mad, I still wouldn't think they would follow through.
Okay, but you know what? They don't have to be big and strong.
I
Anybody
understand
can
that.
kill you.
But they don't have the propensity for violence, to me.
Like you've never seen them
No,
do anything
I mean,
before. You know the history of their violence.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not like we see news stories where somebody does something heinous
Snaps,
and they
yeah.
interview all the neighbors and they go, I never saw this coming. He was not that kind of guy.
Yeah, I know. But usually they don't give off a creep vibe. They don't give off of like a isolated loner.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Again, like you have been so warped by TV and movies.
And Netflix.
Which is TV and movies,
And Netflix.
okay? That you have, like, if they don't have, like, a trench coat on and a 5 o'clock shadow and greasy hair, you're going to be safe.
But there's people here that happen. It would just be. It's an offhanded, heat of the moment statement
Okay.
to me.
All right.
I mean, there's people here. If they said that, you would not think they're going to come back and do anything.
Well, I would be, if I'm being sincere with you, unless it's like a really heated situation, I would think that people would think I was like a softie if I called 911 if somebody threatened to kill me. Legit. I wouldn't want to be judged for it because I feel like you would judge me for it even though you're the softest of soft boys.
I think there's also a fear that it could make things worse for you too. Because you don't know what's going to happen after the cops leave. Hopefully it's taken care of, but you don't know where it's going to go from there.
But that's also a funny take because I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the fear of the unknown, I think, could prevent people from calling.
But if the argument is if I call 911 because they threaten to kill me and it's going to get worse, that's the exact person you should be calling 911 about.
You're right. But we've seen it happen. We've seen the problems just get worse after that.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this 57-year-old man out in Canandaigua. Well, last week he got into some kind of argument with someone who lives in his apartment building, and police say he told this person, I'm going to kill you. He was arrested, charged with menacing. He's got harassment. He's got a court date coming up, but you can say, I'm going to kill you in 50 different ways.
Yeah.
And I guess in theory, any way you say it is against the law, but only certain people get locked up. And what do you have to see or hear where you take that threat seriously? Look. The problem with this is you can never truly be sure how serious someone is about a threat to kill you until it's too late.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay.
And the sooner you let the authorities handle it, the faster the issue ends.
But what if you overreact?
Is there overreacting?
Yeah, what if it's not even directly said to the person?
What do you mean?
Oh, when I see that guy, I'm going to kill him.
That's a threat, is it not a
Yeah,
threat?
No, but you
Still,
can say it
but you're still
over.
directing it to a person.
But if it was over, like, not a big issue.
Well, again, we've also seen people get killed over, like, he got that upset about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you wouldn't want to call on every little situation like that because most of the time I'm guessing that these are false alarms.
Look, you're right. I just told you. I don't, even like a serious threat like that, I would feel weird about calling 911 because that's not like how stuff got handled when I was growing up, right? But, like, if you want to be straight up what you should do, that's what you should do.
Listen, we've had things go down here when nobody called,
That's the other funny thing, too.
And they got ugly.
That's the other funny thing, too, is like if nobody calls, you're like, oh, my God, I can't believe that was allowed to happen and nobody did anything about it. But you don't also do anything about it.
No.
So, like, what do you want?
Well, here's the thing. With these people that were mad, they weren't directly mad at me, so I was fine with it.
You were just part of it.
I wasn't even really a part of it. I was just kind of there.
As long as somebody else gets killed and not me, what can you do?
Well,
Are you more likely to call on a stranger saying that to you or somebody that you've had a history with?
Oh, good question.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because both scenarios played out like that in this building.
Yeah.
And the answer is no, I didn't call anybody. And
Okay.
nobody did in the building.
Because I think a stranger, I might be more likely to call. Because, again, it's the fear of the unknown. Like, I don't know this person. I don't know what they're capable of. I don't know anything about them, which makes it scarier.
Okay, but if that person I don't know threatens to kill me, they don't know where. As soon as I'm out of their sight, I'm gone from them forever.
Yeah,
they don't know where I
you're
am.
a ghost.
Exactly. Whereas, like, if that person knows me, they know where I work, they know where I live. If
And then your schedule.
Yes, if they actually want to kill me, they can come kill me.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be killed.
Yeah.
Things are going pretty good right now.
I told you when that kid followed me home from work, it was like waiting for me in a stairwell.
Yeah, and you didn't take that seriously,
Yeah, I
which is
know.
insane.
He was a good kid.
No, he wasn't. He
Was
waited. And by the way, the only reason he wanted to kill you is because you tortured him.
Made fun of his stuff.
Like I said.
That's not torture. You make it sound like I waterboarded.
Could you please explain to the
Waterboarded?
word? And I screwed it up, so I couldn't even make fun of him. Could you please explain to the audience how this went down?
So he was a religious kid, and I was mocking his religion.
But other than that, just Josh.
And he was a very serious religious kid.
So to let you know how serious he was.
So I get back to I'm at my apartment, going to my apartment that night. I worked a night shift. Going because I lived on the second floor. There was like one of those creepy stairwells that always had like that kind of nook in the back. And he just like in the movies, as I'm walking up, I see this thing come out of the shadows, and it's that kid. And he's like, please don't make fun of me anymore. It's really upsetting me.
Ooh, that's so creepy.
So he didn't actually threaten you.
No, but he was like shaking.
But he was polite about it.
He was
I
polite,
think
but
that
he was
makes it
like
creepier.
He was like ready to. He looked like a kid that was ready to snap.
No, I understand why that would be scarier. But
Yeah.
did he do anything illegal there?
I don't know.
Because he wasn't. right? I mean, he didn't like break into
He
your
wasn't-
apartment.
he
He didn't
wasn't-
threaten to hurt you.
He wasn't trespassing technically.
So like,
It's an apartment complex. I mean, so I just let it go. Then I had that other kid threaten me on my voicemail, on my old voice recorder.
and to handle that, you called the police. Is that what you did?
No.
What'd you do?
So, all right. So there was another comic, and he threatened to kill me, and he left me a voicemail threatening to kill me. So at the time, my drinking buddy, I played this one. I go, this thing's hysterical because he said, "Hey, Muley, I heard you've been saying some stuff about me. When I see you, I'm going to F you up.
Okay.
So give me a call back when you get a chance." That's exactly how he put
So
it.
we'll set up the whole F it up thing.
Yeah. So that week, we got an open mic at the comedy club. I go, "Hey, Bobby, let's play this. Bring me up with this tape." So I gave it to the owner, and we played it for everybody at the club. And he was there doing open mic that night.
Very rarely do people deserve to get hurt. You deserve to get hurt in both of those situations.
Okay, here's the ironic part. The kid that threatened me at the comedy club, you think I deserved it, right?
Yeah.
He's the kid that drunkenly walking home, went through a road construction site, fell into a manhole, one leg in, one leg out, and ruptured a testicle and got stuck there overnight.
You know, Kimmy, that old American yarn.
Yeah.
But he got the
Yes.
he got the just. I didn't.
I understand. Going back to the story about the
It's been a hell of a life.
I will kill you. Maybe authorities need to be more clear where the "I'm going to kill you" line
Kind of hard to
is.
say though.
Well, like, why don't you put out a video where, like, I'm serious, like, the tone of voice where I can actually be charged with a crime. Like, what is the tone of voice?
all
Like,
right, so,
once-
all right, so let me let's do some scenarios.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
man. Spizzano, that guy's pissing me off. I'm going to kill that guy.
Oh, do you? All right, hold on one sec. Hello, police?
Would that be threatening?
No, because, I mean, we're just a couple of guys sitting around.
Right,
Yeah.
but somebody might hear that and call the cops.
No, you're right. I guess what I'm saying is, like, directly to you.
All right.
There are two ways where you can threaten to kill someone where it's actually scary. Obviously, yelling and anger is that way. Like, I'm going to kill, like, you know,
All right.
passion,
Yeah.
aggressive, unhinged, animalistic. You take that guy serious. The other way it's scary is the exact opposite. The calm, quiet, and calculated. I'm going to kill you.
They stare directly into your soul.
Which one bothers you more?
You didn't do it right. You didn't do it.
No, you do it for me.
I'm going to kill you.
That's you being serious? I'm going to kill you.
Well, you do it again.
I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
We're bad actors.
All right, Kimmy, you do it.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, my God.
Your voice can't go up
You
an
know,
octave.
You need to be serious.
I'm going to kill you.
Bring it down here. It sounds like a
You gotta
voicemail.
go low. You got to go low.
Call me back. Let's
but
talk
is that
it out.
kind of creepy though?
No.
No, that's like
It's
stupid
unpleasant.
horror movie. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Ready?
I'm gonna kill you.
You can't do it.
No, I
either.
can't.
How
I
about
can't.
You
we're
sound
the-
like you're answering a phone at a call
I'm
center.
gonna kill you.
Hi, I'm going to kill you.
We're the three least
I
intimidating people.
am going to kill you.
We can't do math or we can't intimidate
No.
anybody. All right, so I guess the safest way to do it is just never threaten to kill anybody.
just keep
in
your
any
mouth
way.
shut.
All right, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's time to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, and up to 6 figures. No exaggeration. This is completely legal. It's above board.
$100,000.
Yes, I mean it's not traditional work, so you wouldn't have to punch a clock every day.
Do I have to get naked?
No, you can keep your top on, and it wouldn't involve you at all.
Yeah.
It involves women, right? So women would be the one making the decision here. But I would imagine, Kimmy, this changes life so much that you would have to have this discussion with your spouse before you did it.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is gonna affect your life moving
Do you-
forward for the next year.
Do you go with your wife while she's doing this?
It's a good question. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, do you sit in a room with
you
her?
went to watch it?
Wait, what the hell's going on?
Look, this was illegal until a couple of years ago. So now that it is legal in New York State, there is an overrun of people who want this. So if you are interested, you could do this. But it would be a massive change,
Yeah.
with the only payoff being financial.
Well, that's a good one.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. How'd you like some money?
Yeah, buddy.
What if I told you there are thousands of dollars, tens of
Thousands of
thousands,
dollars.
up to six figures
$100,000.
that your wife could make, and she wouldn't have to do a second of traditional work.
Mhm.
And on top of that, she'd be giving a gift to people that they would love and cherish forever.
A gift?
Not to mention, see your partner as one of the greatest people to ever enter their lives? Seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So you're in?
Sounds great.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say they look like they're wearing the world's first pair of ballet slippers. He's Russian ballet dancer.
They're nice. They're snowshoes.
17. What kind of snow?
I don't know. Regular ass snow.
You know what you look like? Can you remember those photos we would see of like Native Americans like walking through the snow with just pelts on, and they would like tie leather around their feet?
They're very comfortable.
That's what Tommy is wearing.
Well, you're wearing sneakers in a snowstorm.
Yeah, they're my snow sneakers.
That's the same one you wore all summer.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of.
Pat Duffy, I'm dressed like an unemployed Zamboni driver this morning because I'm just a busted Zamboni driving little bitch.
If I was unemployed, how would I be a Zamboni driver?
Well, you're looking for work. Right?
I'm looking for Zamboni work. I only do Zamboni work. We take all your bitch voices, we roll it back for you. We call them Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. Let's see MF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I'm scared of and I'm scared of Kim's dad, so I won't make any Kimmy mom jokes, but I just
Well, she also has a nice mother.
bitch. My mom's not nice.
Oh, she's nice.
Of,
Pat Duffy. I just want a non-romantic date night where we just sit around and just eat food and drink and then just go to sleep after a while. Because I'm a non-date night having little bit.
hey, baby, I spent $40. Get down on it.
But it's an old
Oh, I'm
style
sorry.
fireplace.
Ooh.
You got a fireplace.
I don't have a fireplace.
Pat Duffy, I don't feel good today, but I don't want anybody looking at my private parts because I'm such a dainty little bitch boy. So, we have a shared driveway where I live. It's called a private drive.
Ooh.
Paul goes many ways.
I want to rub my mouth, be a tough guy, but I got an opportunity to stand up and say something. I won't because I'm scared as dumbass bitch.
I was an executive chef of a country club down in Pennsylvania.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I look like a 1930s chimney sweep this morning. Sweep out your chimney, Governor. I'm just a chimney sweeping little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Very interesting story on Spectrum News this
What
week.
are they saying?
They talked to a woman named Marcie. She is expecting a new baby.
Oh, a little blessing?
Yep, in just a few months.
Wow.
Very exciting. But this baby is not hers.
Okay.
She's a surrogate. She's having this baby for another family who, for whatever reason, cannot conceive
All right.
in traditional
So she's going to carry
ways.
the child for a couple.
Yeah, she's carrying this child for the couple, who, by the way, is unidentified in the
All
story.
right.
But Marcie is what's called a commercial surrogate.
I mean commercial.
She is getting paid by this couple,
So she makes a living?
to carry their child. Well, I don't know if it's a living. I mean, she's being paid for this act of
I'm
carrying
an old baby hauler.
this child.
Like Mayflower.
It's an official sanctioned thing.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
This
So-
is her gig.
Yeah, well, for now it is.
It's a business.
Yes. So, fun fact.
Yeah.
Until 2021, commercial surrogacy was illegal in the state of New York.
Really?
Was it really?
Yes, it was.
Gosh.
So you could do it, but you couldn't make money on it?
Yes, exactly. You could
Okay, I
voluntarily
gotcha.
be a surrogate,
Okay.
but you could not be paid to do it. The law was changed, and that has created a massive demand for women who are willing to be paid to be pregnant for someone else.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't specifically say in the story on Spectrum what this woman is making, and it can change based on a bunch of different factors. But articles online for people who have done this professionally
Yeah.
have numbers ranging from $45,000 all the way up to $110,000
Wow.
for carrying these children.
I always thought it was at least six figures to pursue something like this.
So, do you know anybody that's done this before?
So I know couples that have looked into it.
Okay.
They don't live here, so I guess I don't know if it's an official thing like this woman does, or if it's kind of, this is just, how much it costs you to do it, to have an agreement with somebody. But yeah, it was like around $100,000.
All right. Maybe you know this or not. I'm not making this up.
Okay, buckle up.
So Melissa Etheridge
Yeah.
and her wife,
Yes.
they got David Crosby.
From Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Young.
Yeah.
they got him, and then to inseminate her.
Okay, that's not the same.
It's
Why?
not even. I thought you were, David Crosby carried Melissa Etheridge's
No,
baby.
but I'm saying
It
like
looked
they
like
used
he was.
they used David Crosby's
Yes.
stuff
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
to
but
do
that's-
to make the baby.
that's
But that was all legal.
None
No,
of this
that's
has
not the
anything to do.
same.
Yes, because they took his you
Yeah.
know what and they put
Yeah.
it in her, and that was
This is a completely separate person outside of the couple carrying her egg and
Right.
his sperm.
Well,
Together.
okay, it's just the
Yeah.
reverse.
No,
so like no,
no.
because it's not
it's
not
outside stuff.
so it's not the pregnant woman's egg being used. It's
he doesn't get it. You're
no,
explaining it. He still
I
doesn't
know.
get it. This woman has no genetic
Yes.
tie to this
Yeah.
child.
All right.
It is mother,
They're
father,
using
or
her
somebody
womb
else
to
Yes.
grow their baby.
Bingo.
All
It's
right.
like sea monkeys. No.
Well, you wouldn't put sea monkeys up there. They wouldn't even know what to do.
And by the way, again, surrogacy was legal. What this woman was doing was legal
You just
forever.
you couldn't just do it for
You
cash.
couldn't get paid. So I doubt David Crosby was paid by Melissa Etheridge on her part. Okay, we're way off track.
I think they paid him in desserts.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would you be okay with your wife carrying someone else's baby for tens of thousands of dollars? And before we get there, actually, we should probably turn to Kimmy, who's the only one with a uterus in this room, as far as we know.
Yeah.
Does this interest you in any way?
I mean, you are. Listen, it's a you're doing a great thing, but there are a lot of risks involved. You know what I mean?
As far as what? What's your biggest concern?
I mean, something could go wrong with the baby. You could have a terrible experience in delivery. There are like a lot of scary things that can happen along the way. So it's not just like a, hey, yeah, I'll definitely have your baby and it's a smooth road from there. Like you don't know where it's gonna go.
So as a woman, that would be your biggest concern.
I think so. Yeah.
So when do you get the baby up? Like
You're-
The second it's out.
what about breastfeeding?
Well, you don't. I mean,
I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
don't
keep
know
it
if
till
you-
it's done breastfeeding.
No,
Well,
you don't
you
have to
can feed the
breastfeed a
baby
baby.
for 'em.
Yeah.
No, but let's say they want that as
You could pump and give them the breast
Yeah.
milk,
all right.
I guess,
All
but
right.
that would be weird that you're
Then
dropping
you-
off your
yeah.
breast milk every day.
Yeah.
no,
and
I'm
then
just saying, like a lot of people
Breast milk, man, woman, breast milk, woman.
But you would want the mother's breast milk.
You'd also have to. I would assume that may extend your relationship with this person, and
Yeah.
I don't know how long.
Can I just
Supposed
stop?
to be.
I'm sorry.
Because usually you don't have to give puppies have to stay with the mother for 8 weeks.
It's just so strange to me.
What?
The two things you've chosen to focus on in this
David Crosby
break, and
and breast milk.
the woman would want the milk from the breast.
Yeah,
There are plenty of newborn babies that have formula.
I know, but a lot of women want the
Really? How many
they want the organic
How
milk
many
from
pregnant
mama.
women have you talked to?
I just know how it works.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The baby wants the mother's milk. They want to
The
suckle.
baby doesn't know. The baby eats what it eats.
Yeah, but they're a suckling child.
Tommy,
Yeah.
if your wife came to you in a different circumstance, obviously,
Yeah,
and said this is something she wanted to do, would you be supportive?
that'd be weird, man.
Why?
I'm out.
Why?
I would try to talk her out of it.
Why?
I don't want that, man.
What do you mean you don't want that?
Some other kid in my house. And...
No, it wouldn't be in your
No.
house.
No,
it
but
would
it'd be in
her
my
womb.
wife's house.
No, it
Her
wouldn't.
wifey house.
My
Wait,
wife's
he's pointing to
house.
his
I know.
genitals,
Yeah.
by the way.
No, they've creeped me out.
Why though? Why?
You don't have to do any work. She's
No,
the
but
one that's got to
yo,
do all the
th-
work.
Bro, there's collateral damage to being in a house with a pregnant woman.
He's not wrong about that. There would be trickle down.
You're
Yeah,
right.
like by the way, they're
But-
getting off easy. The couple because
Goodbye. Get him, Kevin.
I'm getting
Goodbye.
all the complaining about being pregnant. They're sitting over there
but
in their
she's
condo
making
nice.
She's making you $100,000 by doing it.
Yeah, before taxes.
So wait, your argument is it's harder for the man to deal with a pregnant woman than a
I'm
woman
not
to deal with
saying
pregnancy.
it's harder,
You literally
but-
just
but
said that.
there is-
You literally just said I got the hard part.
There is extra work involved with being with a pregnant woman. I'm the one who's gonna have to run out to McDonald's and grab
You've
pickles
never
and
even
chocolate
had to
ice
be
cream.
with a pregnant woman. How would you know?
No, that's not true. He had sex with a woman that he was not dating who was
Okay.
pregnant.
Oh yeah, I
Fair
did do that.
God, poor kid. Okay, look.
What?
It would be a major commitment for both of you as a couple. 9 months plus however many IVF treatments it would take to get her pregnant.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been reading articles about this because I found it very interesting. Some families have very strict rules that these women have to follow about what they can eat, the rest they get,
Yeah.
the changes they want in
It's
their
whatever
lives.
the couple wants,
No
basically.
smoking,
So
Yeah, obviously no
Well, yeah,
smoking,
I know,
drinking.
those
You're not
seem
having
like
a West
basic.
Virginia,
we're,
baby.
we're talking about like diet with the
Yeah.
if the couple wants the baby to be born a certain way, I think you have to agree to that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, like how you give birth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, some people want home births,
Right.
underwater
Or,
births.
well, yeah, like
Who's
no.
paying for that cleanup?
You just call Service Pro.
Like I never even gotten pregnant.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Folks are waiting on hold. We're talking about the story on Spectrum News. Talks to a woman who is a surrogate, but she is what they call a commercial surrogate. Back in 2021, the state of New York legalized commercial surrogacy, meaning that you can pay someone to have a baby for you if for whatever reason you can't conceive in the traditional way.
Yeah.
And folks who have done this in other states, I'm reading about this the other night,
Yeah.
have made anywhere from $45,000 to $110,000 having a baby. Kimmy's concern as a woman would be the physical and medical aspects
Absolutely.
of what could happen. Tommy's concern is, I don't like it.
It's inconvenient.
It's inconvenient. Bro, it's...
I mean, I know women that love to be pregnant. Like they said that was their favorite part of having kids was being pregnant. So maybe there are women out there that would just enjoy this whole process.
But that kind of loops us back to the psychological aspect. We'll get there in just a second. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rob. Hey, Robbie. How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, Duff?
Good, man. What's up?
I just want to help you guys try and get Tommy through this surrogate thing.
Go ahead.
Tommy, it's like the Bills playing a home game against the Dolphins at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey.
So who's
Now
carrying?
you can understand.
Is
Okay.
Tua carrying the baby?
Yeah, Tua is pregnant. It's a pregnant Tua. And he's got twins.
Oh wow.
He's got two of them. Thank you. Hey, Rob, are you married, buddy?
Yes, I am.
Would you be okay if your wife, I mean, how would you feel if your wife came to you and said, we can make $70,000, I would like to do this for this couple?
It'd be weird
Why?
because I kind of feel like that was my kid,
Okay.
even because it was my wife, even though I had nothing to do with it.
No, I mean, I get where you're coming from there, and that leads us down. That was a perfect transition, Rob. I can't thank you enough. You explained it to Tommy, and you brought us to the next point of this conversation.
Have a good day, guys.
Thanks, buddy. The psychological aspect of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's hard to describe the anticipation of a pregnancy to folks who haven't gone through it.
Mm.
But, I mean, at the end, you're bringing a life into this world,
Yeah.
and you're raising them. And that wouldn't happen here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? It may be hard to go through all this with no baby at the end. Kind of
No
like
attachment, yeah.
Exactly.
It's like
right?
your wife's an Airbnb. It really is.
She's hosting for a little while.
Yeah, and
yeah.
then they leave.
Yeah.
All the towels are locked up in
Yes.
there. Come on. I mean, look, if you think you have the ability to do this, the benefits are huge. We talked about the money. It's great. But past that, you are giving people a chance to have a family they always wanted. You brought another life into this world. You gave that kid a start that they wouldn't have had,
All right, okay.
right? And you bring a lifetime of joy to people who I'm sure at some point were terrified they'd never be able to do this thing they wanted to do. It is such an honorable thing.
Yes.
And, so you have a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
You have all of that goodwill you are putting out in the world, not only for this human being, but for these people. But at the same time, I mean, arguments against it, and I say against it, I mean, not being comfortable with it in your house is also totally understandable.
Yes, absolutely.
No, okay, that's the only thing you waited for, you idiot.
Everybody has a right to their feelings.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Well, go, Kimmy, please help
Well, I
me.
was going to say, I wonder if, because I also know gay couples who had a family member do this for them.
Okay, stop. Why are you making that face?
No,
Why are you making that face?
I didn't know we were going in this direction.
What? I don't understand why that is, weird to you.
So that would be like
Let him
one.
try.
So all
So,
right,
let's say there was a lesbian couple and one of them had a brother.
right.
You would use
All right.
the brother's
Yeah.
stuff
That's a little
to
close
impregnate. Well, that's
That's still a little close to home.
No, but it
No,
keeps
but that
the child
makes-
related to
yeah,
everybody.
right. But
so. I mean, yes, you are giving birth to the child, but it's not a complete.
Detachment.
Yeah, you're still going to have a relationship
But it
with
would
that
be his
kid
uncle.
down the line.
Yeah.
Child would be
No.
uncle.
Technically, it would be his father biologically.
Yeah.
His uncle.
So it's Uncle Daddy.
Yeah. Daddy
All right.
uncle.
All right. All right.
Also, any other kids that guy had would be half siblings
Yeah.
to their
Yeah,
cousin.
that's why I'd rather keep it outside that
So you'd rather you'd rather a stranger or somebody
would
that you
think
didn't
so,
have a
right?
relationship with
because then
prior.
they just go away.
I don't know, but I mean, do you want them to go away? Because I think there is also an argument to the family is now. I don't know. I've never had to be.
It
In
was
that
just
spot.
it's a weird dynamic.
Yeah, but I mean, it is a family. It's
Right,
a family.
but- yeah, I get it, but you got this.
You
one
don't get
going
it, though. You
on. It's a family, but you got a little something over here.
Well, yeah, but there's going to be a complication any route you go down here, there will be some sort of complication. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's take one more call. I'll tell you what, I want to read a Facebook message first talking about this commercial surrogacy.
Yeah.
Again, being paid to carry someone else's baby. It's now legal in the state of New York. This guy asked me not to use his name. He says, I wouldn't want my wife to do this because it's going to change her body. My wife had a hard time losing weight after we had our kids, and it affected our relationship. You're getting money, but in exchange, you're getting a less attractive wife.
Jeez. Maybe it's time to divorce that guy anyways.
Somebody's awfully quiet over there.
I'm listening. Taking it all in.
Now it's time to speak.
Go ahead, khakis.
No, man. I mean, listen, man.
What? No, that's not. You didn't say anything.
I mean, he has a right to what he wants, doesn't he? Why can't he say that?
So let's take.
I didn't say he couldn't say that. I was asking your opinion.
I think he has a right to his opinion.
Where that opinion gets him, we'll find out.
Okay.
252-WCMF. Ben is on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. That guy that post you just read is a moron.
Moron.
But anyways,
Okay.
he's probably good friends with Tommy too. But anyways, so that situation with the lesbians, my sister with one of her ex-wives approached me about that.
So they wanted you to be the father to their children.
Yeah.
Okay. And how did that?
It never got really any further than just asking me. I'm like,
Or laughter?
yeah, I don't-
Is it because
don't have
her
a problem with
is it because her ex-wife met you?
No.
I'm kidding, Ben. All right, so Ben, what was your feeling when they asked you? Like, what was your knee-jerk reaction?
My initial question was, who's gonna be the mom?
Hey, Ben. Now, I failed biology. Hold on.
First question
I
that popped in my head.
All right, Ben, I failed biology every year I took it in high school. But even me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say not your sister.
Yes, how would that work, Ben?
That, I don't know. I was like 20 when they asked me to do it. Well, not 20, mid-20s.
All right, Ben, can I ask a serious question? Because, like, the way we're describing
Yeah,
this,
what's up?
the way we're talking here, this is all done in vitro fertilization, where there's, like, science behind it, the egg, the sperm
Yeah, yeah.
connected, put in
They
the
do it
Elimination.
outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Did
then
your-
they insert
Did your sister and her wife, did they want to do IVF? Or because some people do go the
Naturally.
natural route.
Wait, like porking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming they were going to go in vitro.
Once again, because she saw you?
No, because I'm like half her size.
But it's not like you're doing a
You
dog
didn't-
crossbreed, Ben.
I don't know, man. It
I
was
want a
very
Doberman
odd.
Chihuahua,
It
but this
was
ain't going to
weird.
work.
It was weird to have my sister and her wife approach me about this.
Okay, so it made you uncomfortable.
Yeah, because it's like I didn't even occur to me like
So-
at that age. Now, if that happened, depending on who the wife was, I would consider it, and
Okay.
it wouldn't be that weird now.
So you would consider, so you're more open to it even though you have kids of your own now. You'd be more
Yeah,
open to it. I'm
because-
surprised.
Well, I think that's what makes you more open to it is you understand like the joy
True.
that a family brings kids. You look at folks that
Yeah.
want this desperately, and I mean, it changes your perspective.
Look at Ben stepping up.
Also, 20-year-old Ben was a lot more closed-minded than 40-year-old Ben. I've been around now.
He's been
so
around the
I
block,
have a
man.
little-
He's been around. He's
yeah,
watched a
I have little
Chihuahua
bit
and a
more
Doberman go
life
at it.
experience. But
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of
have a
the day.
great day,
There
guys.
goes breeding. Ben.
Inseminating Ben.
I will read one more because again, we're
Yeah.
talking about the positives, the negatives, the goods, the bads. And when I
Sure.
say bad, again, I don't mean like this shouldn't be allowed. It's what works for you in your
Yes.
life.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
This man also asked me not to use his name.
Okay.
He said, we had an adoption agreement with a 16-year-old. We fed him, I'm assuming the child, the first bottle after she gave birth, took him home, and 12 weeks later, she changed her mind in court. We had to give him back. An emotional disaster, almost like a surrogate.
Oh.
So, I mean, there's also that idea of what you think you want maybe isn't what you will want.
Yeah. I mean,
but then
you don't-
again,
it's a new experience. You don't know.
but then again, in this case, it wouldn't be your child.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you wouldn't have
Right.
a right to be like, I would
Yeah.
like to keep
But you
this
could, yeah,
child.
and if you lose control.
Hey, All right, let's take a break.
Mm.
Let's go with something a little crazier.
Crazier?
Well, let's put it this way, Tommy. If I told you
Yeah.
that some thieves that are still yet to be caught were able to get into a building without tripping the alarm in a non-traditional way,
Yeah.
with a whole bunch of Mission Impossible style moves,
Wow.
you would think that they broke into some high-end joint.
Yeah.
You'd be wrong.
Oh.
And not that this place isn't great, but it's not what you would call technically superior, fancy.
Mm.
And, like, it's a complicated break-in at, like, the worst place possible to try it. Did you see this story?
Yes.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. WCMF. It's a Mission Impossible style break-in.
Yeah.
Cutting through the security, getting through the security system, cutting holes in places, finding a safe, getting out undetected. You'd think
Yeah.
this happened at some bank or high-end jewelry store,
Sure.
but you'd be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you can make the argument of that all that work to rip off this place could be the worst risk versus reward.
I don't get the motivation at all.
Well, I mean, the motivation is to get something of value.
But look around, bro.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It is time once again for the Tops Food for Families food drive to benefit FoodLink. Stop by Tops Friendly Markets on Mount Read and drop off non-perishable items or cash donations throughout the day on Friday. You can also purchase a little brown bag of hope for either $5, $10, or $20 at any neighborhood Tops Friendly Markets through Christmas Eve. Buy a bound. You can also, damn it!
Little brown bags of hope.
No, buy a brown bag. There's so many bees. Bees are hard. You can also buy a brown bag of hope online at topsmarkets.com/littlebrownbags. Inside the little brown bags of hope are items most needed by FoodLink. Do some good. Go help out
With your brown bag.
with brown bags on Mount Read Boulevard with your friends from Tops Friendly Market. Story from a Rochester institution.
What are they saying?
Nick Tahoe's was in the news yesterday after they fell victim to a daring break-in.
Yes.
Alex Tahoe, owner of the joint,
Yeah.
says he arrived to work on Tuesday to find the alarm was going off. But other than that, everything seemed in order.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we get false alarms all the time.
Mhm.
That was until he got into his office.
Uh-oh.
Sunday or Monday, according to the restaurant, someone tried to get access to his grandfather's antique safe.
So that's like old granddaddy put that up there.
Yeah. Did they say it was over 100 years
Yes.
old?
Yeah.
And it looked it.
And how they got to this office, they cut a hole in the roof.
Yeah.
Well, the ceiling above the office.
Yeah.
Authorities say someone or some people broke into the upstairs area of the building on West Main. Story on 13 Wham says those folks cut a hole in the floor above the Tahoe's office. And it was a 10-foot drop from the ceiling to the floor.
Into the office.
You got it.
Yeah.
They somehow lowered themselves into that room. And at some point, were able to hoist themselves back up to get out.
Yeah.
No one is entirely sure how they did that because there's not a ladder or anything.
No.
As for what they got away with,
Oh, boy.
nothing.
Yes.
Turns out that 100-year-old safe holds up.
There's nothing in it.
Well, no, they didn't even get into
Yeah,
the
they
safe.
couldn't get into it, I guess.
Oh, but he said there was nothing in it anyway.
Well,
Yeah.
what's he going to say?
Yeah.
There's so many expensive things in this safe they couldn't get to. So the antique safe was too much. Story said they tried to use some kind of grinding tool to cut around the dial, but they couldn't get through it.
Yeah.
So they didn't get away with anything.
Well,
Yeah.
they used to make safes really good.
They don't make them like they used to. What makes this more interesting,
Yeah.
Alex Tahoe believes this was someone familiar with the layout of the
Ooh,
store.
that
They
sounds
had
like an
to
inside
know it
job.
was in there.
I mean, it makes sense. How would
Former
you?
employee, something like that.
Maybe someone who gotta go see upstairs.
To drop in through the ceiling. And then did they say they put the ceiling tiles back so it looked like nobody had been there
I
or
did see
something,
that. Yes,
too?
I did see that.
They did more
Seems
than
like,
what your
why
father did in his
bother?
own house.
Serious question.
What?
With all that work that they had to put in
Yeah.
for a crime that was doomed from the start,
Mhm.
how much do you think is even in that safe?
I can't imagine, man, 'cause I don't know. I don't even know how much cash businesses handle anymore because everybody pays through an app.
I will say this. I bet you if there is a high cash business, Tahoe's is still a
Why?
high cash business. Well, I mean, you look
Most
at the,
people don't have cash on them.
you look at the neighborhood they're in. I don't even know. Do they take credit cards at Tahoe's?
Everybody takes credit cards.
You
now.
say that. I have not spent. I don't think I bought a plate of Tahoe's or Stevie T's with
Bro,
credit
when's the
in my
last
life.
time you went down to old school Tahoe's and bought a plate? 20 years ago?
A
Your
couple-
fat ass was
no,
down
like
there running your mouth.
5 years ago, right before COVID.
Everybody has an Apple app now.
When's the last time you went and bought a plate at Tahoe's or Stevie T's?
No, but I had a long time. But I can
Was
say,
that
like,
English?
Mom
I'm
and-
gonna go that long time.
I don't even know mom and pop places I used to go to that were strictly cash now because Apple came up with their system. Everybody can
Yeah.
take a credit card or an app.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I would make the argument that Hots places
Yeah.
are probably the highest cash types of businesses in the greater Rochester
Okay.
area.
I don't think they exist anymore.
Okay.
Well, obviously, they
Well, he
didn't
said-
get anything.
They
It was
didn't
like
even get into the safe
Yeah.
to see if there was cash. But here's the thing.
But
Even if they do have a ton of cash, you would think
Yeah.
they wouldn't keep it inside that
At all
building.
times, right?
no,
yeah.
they deposited it.
Yeah.
And even if you, I mean, I know there are businesses that keep cash on hand for registers and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
like Look, that family, they've been working in that restaurant for a long time. There have been issues throughout the years in and around that store.
Yeah,
They haven't
it's in a rough area.
Then they haven't been open past 8 o'clock in decades.
For reasons.
Right? So, like, yeah, I don't know why you would keep cash in there even if you had it.
So I'm thinking that they thought, like, oh, you know what? They're old school people. They probably have a lot of cash on hand.
Okay.
That's my thought.
But that's also maybe not out of the question.
Yeah.
Unless they weren't looking for cash.
Ooh.
I think
Looking
something
for
else was in there,
That
though.
secret recipe to the meat sauce.
Ooh.
You're laughing. 252 WCMF.
Damn, are you kidding me? You think that went up
Keep
there
some
for some
family
hot
recipes
sauce?
in the vault.
All right, I will say this. 252-9263, 252 WCMF. Again, talking about this daring break-in in Tahoe's where these people came in through the ceiling into the office, tried to get it in the safe, and got nothing. How many people do you think know the recipe for Tahoe's hot sauce?
Everybody, it's just hot sauce with meat in it.
It's not. It's the best sauce in town. It's the original.
All right, so you think like Grandpa had that recipe on some old scroll written in Greek, stuffed into that safe?
No, so the story they tell, and
What's
take
that?
it for what it's worth, is that they had the restaurant there. A train riding bum came through looking for work. They let him work, and he gave them this recipe. That's what he cooked. And they took the recipe, and they've been using it
You
ever
believe
since.
that, John?
I said the story they tell. But look, that sauce is super unique.
Came
Even
from an old hobo.
which
It's hobo sauce.
it is a weird story to tell to try and get me to try your food. We stole this recipe
From
from
a drifter.
hobo.
He's a drifter.
No, but I mean, Kimmy. Oh, she's on the phone. Kimmy will back me up on
She
this.
knows plates.
Well, I mean, look, you can get a plate so many different
Yes,
places
you
now
can.
in so many different ways. But the difference in the best plates are the mac salad and the sauce. And no one has been able to replicate the original sauce.
So you think that sauce is unique?
I'm asking, is the sauce recipe in the safe?
Okay.
And is that what they were looking
But
for?
what would you do with it anyway?
Sell it.
To who?
Someone looking
Like,
to
these-
replicate
These-
that.
These garbage places don't even work outside of Rochester. When they try to take it into other communities, they flop.
Mm.
So what are you
Oh.
going to go to the Heinz Corporation?
What?
I got this secret sauce. Why would I talk to you? You're not even a drifter.
It's weird. I heard yesterday that there is food espionage, and you heard the same story.
If there was, sorry if you touched on this already, I was on the phone, but if there was some super secret recipe written down somewhere,
Yeah.
why would they keep it in the, like, because you would think the person making it doesn't even need the recipe anymore, they just know it.
Well, but that-
why would you have to have it written down?
But that leads to the other question. 252 WCMF 252-9263. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. By the way, you're on fire today
Why is that?
because Paul writes us both Nick's and Stevie T's take cash only still.
Really?
Was just at Stevie T's yesterday.
They
Can't
only take
confirm.
cash?
Oh, what happened? What business? In America. Dude, take cash.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's how popular they are. Folks will have that money ready to go. What?
Well, but you don't know. He's just saying.
What? No, because I went to. I mean,
10 years ago.
I understand the families are related and they used to both be Tahoes, but they're different
Yeah.
businesses now. But no, I took my family and I went to Stevie T's like a year ago, and it was cash only.
yeah, I'm getting some people saying the same thing.
What? In America. Apple bread.
Well, you know what? It's a bad idea. Maybe you should be taking cash.
Yeah, no,
Seems
I
to be
hear
working
you.
for 'em.
I
I
hear
don't
you. Who's ever heard of a garbage plate in this town? Stupid. Kimmy, you asked.
Yeah.
You know, they probably know the recipe by heart. How would they do it?
Yeah.
That's not necessarily.
Yeah, but even if they had it written down somewhere, I wouldn't keep it there.
Well, where else would you keep it?
And what do you think is so
At home?
secret about it? Like, there's some amazing secret spice that they only
Maybe
own?
a certain amount of spice.
Why has no one been able to replicate that sauce?
They do, bro.
No, they don't.
You get so weird with
Yeah, other
this
places have great
chump-ass
sauce,
food.
but they're all unique to their own business.
Look, man, that place has been in business for like
Empire Hot's got the same sauce.
Wow. That place has been in business for 100 years.
Yes.
And it's still the go-to spot.
Wow.
And it's because of the sauce.
Mm.
And, like, there are other recipes that work like that.
Yeah,
like
like what?
secret family recipes at other local joints. And they keep those recipes closely guarded secrets. But at the same time, you need your employees to be able to prepare this stuff.
All right, so they got to do it.
No, but here's the thing. Do you have, like, does the owner make a certain part and then have them do the... I'm serious when I ask this question.
He goes in the back.
Yeah.
Gets that secret shaker of spices.
I don't know why you think this is crazy.
Listen, you're making it sound like you're running the CIA.
Well, but
of
if-
sauce.
If you have a hook that has people coming only to your joint, I wouldn't trust that secret with someone making $15 an hour that could walk out the door with
I
it.
don't even think the sauce makes the plate. It's all the other good stuff that's on that plate.
No, it's this. I mean, the plate is good. The
You can
mac
put
salad makes it, and the
Bro,
sauce
you can
makes
go
it.
Tabasco on
You
that
shut
thing.
up. You know nothing about
You-
human
you-
food.
you-
You know nothing about human food. You eat like a rabbit, and then you want to run your mouth.
Secret sauce.
You know nothing about nothing.
Ramshackle joint. All of a sudden,
You know
it's
nothing.
got holes in the wall.
Ramshackle joint. Bro, this town
You
is
think-
known for Kodak and Tahoes.
Yes, I
right?
understand.
It's a business out of an old train depot that is a headliner for
there's
this
a
city.
secret.
It is. It's the sauce. You're such an idiot, and you're ugly. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this.
I bet half the hookers in town know that secret sauce.
All right. Well, they ain't selling it.
Well, they're selling something.
Thank you. Bill's on CMF. Hey, Billy boy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. Yourself?
Good, man. What's up?
They got two things. They got an ATM machine that, so they don't have to take the card and pay the fee.
But why do they have an ATM? Because I just heard in the break room that everybody takes cash. Everybody takes everything. Big cash. Go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry.
It's got to be an inside job. Who else would know where the safe is?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question.
Well, no, people have been in his office. They would see the safe. I mean,
Hey, you see the people that work there?
what about him?
They're on their way in and out of jail.
Okay, I mean, you are calling a morning show at 7:47
Yeah.
in the morning. I mean, glass houses, Bill. I think we heard Bill's feeling.
think so.
Did he hang up?
Yes.
Did he hang up?
Are you done?
Wait a minute. But no, here's what sucks about a
What's
place
that?
like Tahoe's that's been open forever and ever and ever. If it's someone who knows the layout of the restaurant, that
Yeah.
could be someone, let's say it was a former employee,
Yeah.
hypothetically.
All right.
That could be someone who worked there 2 weeks ago.
Or, yeah.
That could be someone who worked there 30 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, the joint has not changed anything in 30 years.
Yeah, so, I
The
mean,
salt shakers are the same.
great salt shakers, by the way. They got the old school thick,
Well,
like
that's when salt was salt, bro.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, buddy, how are you?
Hey, good morning, fellas. So you guys touched earlier on people threatening people's lives. Tommy, I'm gonna kill you. If you talk bad about Nick Tahoe's one more time, I mean, we're gonna have a problem. So the sauce is it is the mecca of the plate. I mean, you do have to take a paper towel and absorb a little bit of the grease if you don't want to
Bitch!
die.
You bitch! You a bitch!
I got to do the same thing with Pat's mom. Very greasy.
Yeah, just stop that right up.
What side are you on, you dick?
Well, I mean, I'm always on your mom's side, but
Everybody is.
I flip her over to get the other side too.
Oh
though.
my God! Oh, look! Oh, now that's too far. Look what you did. You did this.
It was too far for me.
You out-creeped Tommy. Congratulations.
I love it. But so the best thing, though, we gotta admit, is the next day making the toast out of the little piece of bread they give you, because that's
Bro,
the best bread.
okay, bro, I've
How
seen you,
broke
man.
are you?
And I've seen you. There ain't no way you're leaving bread behind. No bread left behind was what he ran for president on.
You got me sometimes, but sometimes I'll steal her bread and use it for toast tomorrow morning.
Okay, that's fair enough. Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Saving my Tahoe bread for breakfast.
Bro,
How
I don't.
sad is that?
When you got that grease slop soup afterwards, I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
how you don't use
Well,
your.
that's what it's there for.
It's the best part of the plate.
Yeah, it is.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call.
And
We
the
got,
healthiest.
got a lot of. Bro, I don't want to know what my
Oh, bro.
insides look like.
I can't imagine what the calories are
Don't
in your
be that-
average plate.
Don't be that dick.
It's got to be 4G.
No,
Bro, are you kidding me?
You don't understand how much 4,000 calories is.
No, you don't.
Oh, I didn't consider that.
God-
Are you done?
Goddamn Frappuccino's $1,300.
Shut
And
up.
they throw it at you and it charge you $7.
We'll take one more call about this Daring Tahoe's break-in that got nothing. Inside the safe, we don't know what's there because they couldn't get inside the safe. We assumed that they wouldn't keep a lot of cash on hand in the building, even though they are a cash-only business, we found out. I had wondered aloud, maybe the recipe for the sauce is in the safe.
right.
Maybe that's what they're looking for. Jay's got the last word. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I
Yep.
worked for the one in Lyle Ave when it was still Nick Tahoe's, and we would get the ingredients for the sauce. It would just be a box full of mixed spice, so all the spices were just poured into the box already.
All right, so
Oh,
somebody
I had
else.
no idea what was in it.
Gotcha. Okay. So
You
did
could
it?
tell there was.
I'm sorry.
You
Go
could
ahead.
tell what kind of spices, but you had no idea how much.
All right. So did that come from an outside company, or did somebody within the building make that box and give it to somebody?
Oh, they made it downtown.
Okay.
Interesting.
So there you
And
go.
then
That's
then
how they keep it
bring it over
secret.
to Lyle.
Stupid.
Dude, it's downtown, secret office.
No, but Jay, having worked in a place,
Mixologists.
having worked in a place like that, and knowing, I mean, I'm sure you've had plates from other places. I mean, it's the sauce that makes that plate, right?
Oh, definitely. There's no other sauce that compares, and who knows what they do to it and what they put in it, but it might be all the lard.
The lard.
There is a lot of lard in there.
That's why it's 4G calories.
Yeah, it's like 5 pounds of beef and 2 pounds of lard, and
wasn't that your mother's nickname in high school, Tommy? 5 pounds of beef and 2 pounds of lard. And all you got to do is spread it. Oh, wait, she'll do it for you. Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yep.
Take
Tough
care.
on moms today, huh?
And tough on Tommy's takes. Everything you said in this break was wrong.
What are you talking about?
Oh, they don't take care. They can take cards. No. It's not a secret recipe. Yes. I'm handsome. No. Let's take a break. Speaking of not handsome.
Whatever.
This is proof that I was right the whole time, even though you wanted to argue with me for years. He's the best head coach in NFL history. When he comes free, people are going to want him to be lining up around the block to get him.
Hey, they're paying him.
Not an NFL team.
Yeah, maybe he wants to help the children.
Yeah, no, when I look at a guy like that, wants to help the children with what? NIL deals? The hoodie is back.
The wizard.
But he won't ever, it seems, Kimmy, be back in the NFL.
Not according to him.
Well, he's running out of time.
Both literally and figuratively. You guys surprised by this?
Yeah, I am.
I am a little surprised.
I don't know why you'd want to at this stage.
Yeah, only because to your point, there's no guarantee for success here. He's kind of been busy with other things,
and he's got money.
Well,
he's got all the money.
And I would think he seemed to be enjoying that life for a little while.
Hey, does he have a young girlfriend?
Yeah,
he does.
We'll enjoy that.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. WCMF. Nobody saw this coming.
What happened?
I mean, folks just assumed on the next NFL head coaching cycle, this guy was going to get a gig. In fact, they were already anticipating 3-4 teams that were going to welcome him in.
Yeah.
And this is weird because I heard on a really reliable radio show
What'd they say?
that this man, hands down, was the best NFL head coach of all time. And as soon as he came free, folks would be chomping at the bit to hire him for their NFL teams.
I don't get it.
You're hanging. I can explain it to you,
All right.
like I have been explaining it to you for years. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Yesterday it was announced that Bill Belichick, the hoodie,
Yeah.
he's the new head coach of the University of North Carolina's football team.
So they're getting the most successful head coach in NFL history.
No.
He's got 6 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
But he's third on the list of wins all time.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
did the
but-
bigger thing. He
yeah.
won the hardware.
Yeah, but some of those guys.
Lombardi only did it twice,
Yeah, because Lombardi was like in his 60s by the time the Super Bowl showed up.
which is weird because Vince Lombardi died in his 50s.
I know, isn't that
So
weird?
was he a ghost for some of that?
So you actually proved my point more.
Why?
He didn't have enough time to win Super Bowls when the Super Bowl was invented.
Bro, they fired him and he went to Washington.
I
They
mean,
went his fat ass around.
Who could you argue won more?
What, Super Bowls?
No, just like in terms of like thinking of a winning coach.
He's the winningest coach.
Yeah.
No,
Period.
winning as coach is Don Shula.
No,
Okay, but-
of Super
yeah.
Bowls.
Okay, well, you got to
Your
put that
whole
at the end.
if you ask any coach, hey, what's your objective this year? Win the Super Bowl.
Like,
No,
does
they actually
anybody
say
come?
one game at a time.
No, that was a TV show, wasn't it?
Yeah, one game at a time. And then 3 games a company. That doesn't make sense. Look, the bottom.
You just hate this guy so much.
We'll
man.
get there. We'll get there. This did come out of nowhere,
Yeah.
right? I mean, he's a handful of wins, 22 if I'm not mistaken, from breaking the all-time NFL record, which we know means something to him. He's a big historian of the game. And he only met with University of North Carolina 2 weeks ago for the first time.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's the head coach. So there's a couple things you should know that
All
might
right.
make this make more sense.
All right.
He never coached in college before. This would be his first coaching job.
Yeah.
But his dad was a college coach for years. He coached at Army, among other schools, and his dad coached as an assistant at the University of North Carolina
Oh, that's the tie.
when he was very young.
Did not know
Okay.
that.
I think somebody said he had told somebody once that the first words he ever said was beat Duke. Adorable. It's also being reported.
Yeah.
Part of him taking this job is he will get to bring his son Steve, who is currently the defensive coordinator at Washington, to be the D coordinator at North Carolina. And after Belichick leaves, he will be the head coach in waiting.
Little Stevie gets in.
You got it.
All right.
So this will be his
Creating
son's.
a family dynasty situation here.
Exactly. It is believed the school okayed that, so he
Wow.
will
He's
be.
getting his kid a job.
Exactly. Yes.
Which is nice. That's a good dad.
So sure. Yeah. No. Oh, now you're okay with nepotism?
If it's Bill Belichick, yeah.
So you can make the argument he did it for his son.
Yep.
You can make the argument the family connection with his dad brought him home.
Mhm.
But you know why he did this?
Why do you do it?
No NFL team was going to hire him.
I don't get that though.
Oh, no?
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Well, but if no NFL team was going to hire him, he didn't have to coach again.
I mean, the guy does love football.
Yeah.
Right? Hate him or
No,
love him.
and we
He knows
see
the
that
game.
these guys have a tough time staying away from it. But I will say he did seem like he was, because you know how he was just like miserable looking, never wanted to talk to anybody
Yeah.
ever. And every time I saw him on any of those like NFL pregame shows or any of the ESPN talk shows, he seemed like he was kind of enjoying just being that guy. And he's got that young girlfriend. They go on vacations together.
Is she like in her 20s?
24. By the way, I wonder if she gets free tuition.
It seemed like, it just seemed like to me like, oh, he's done with it. It didn't seem like he was a guy that was going to ever make a return.
Can I sidebar as I just
Go ahead.
heap
And I know this is just me, the outside looking in.
Just keep me talking here
Yeah.
as I continue to heap hate on this man.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he would go on TV as a member of the media and have fun bothered
Yeah.
the hell out of me. 'Cause
Really?
All he did was treat the media
Yeah,
like
you're
crap.
right.
All he did was
Right.
treat them like crap. Went out of his way to make their lives as hard as possible on purpose. And now, hey guys,
I'm
look
one of
who's
you.
here. Check me out. But Tommy, you said you don't understand why an NFL team would not want to hire.
This man has been to more Super Bowls than your dad.
Which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, because your dad went to what, 5?
My dad, 1, 2, 3 at least.
And then
4?
and he swiped a couple of rings.
Well, no, he was on deck when Tom Brady threw that touchdown. Don't even know how that works. For being the greatest NFL coach of all time, and if you're not watching the live stream, I am doing quote fingers. He's got a lot going against him.
Like what?
He's 72 years old.
Well, yeah.
You don't want to commit to a coach who best case scenario is around 4 to 5 years. He wants total control of any franchise he joins. He wants to be head coach and general manager. He got one interview last year with the Falcons. That was his demand. They walked away from him. He's not the legend inside the NFL that fans think he is.
Okay.
He rubs people the wrong way. He chased Brady out of New England. The relationship he had with Patriots owner Robert Kraft degenerated to the point where he fired him. Let's keep that in mind. He was fired from this franchise. He's got a sub-500 record without Tom Brady, and that's not like 2 or 3 years. That's over a decade. That's with his time in Cleveland before and after Brady was gone. He has made the playoffs twice without Brady. He has won a single playoff game without Brady, and he has a losing record.
But he also created Tom Brady.
No,
He created a system for Tom Brady to play in.
Quite the opposite, actually. Because here's the thing. If on opening day that year, Bill Belichick was like, this guy we have, this backup quarterback, he's the starter.
Yeah.
You're right. That's amazing. If Drew Bledsoe's spleen was not exploded by Mo Lewis, we would never know who Tom Brady is. Yeah, Mo Lewis was a guy. I think it was a guy who exploded his spleen. It's not like he made a decision.
No, but you say he nurtured Tom Brady and showed him the game.
I mean, listen,
because he wasn't this kid in Michigan.
Yeah, no, that's what was so crazy about it is Tom Brady had never actually thrown a football until Bill Belichick met him.
No, I heard he blew on the football and handed it to him.
No, he actually took air out of the football and handed it to him. But that's a whole other story.
I mean, you can't argue it wasn't a little bit of a partnership there.
Look, I'm not saying the guy isn't.
You kind of are. You're kind of saying basically anybody could have coached that team and won. I could have coached the team and won. Anybody with
you know what I am saying?
Anybody with just basic fundamental football knowledge.
Sure, yeah.
Would have won 6 Super Bowls with Tom Brady.
Maybe not 6 Super Bowls. Look, I'm not saying the guy's I'm not saying the guy's a bad head coach. I'm saying he's not a great head coach.
You're not glowing.
Let me put it this way. If I told you that I had a head coach, he's coached a decade in the NFL, he's made the playoffs twice, he's won a single playoff game, and he's got a losing record, would you want the Bills to hire him?
No.
Because that's him without Brady.
But don't all coaches have those
Yeah.
years where they didn't go their way?
McDermott doesn't. Well, he made the playoffs with Tyrod Taylor.
Look at Andy Reid. I mean, do you think he would be where he is without Patrick Mahomes?
He made 3 straight NFC championship games with Donovan McNabb.
They lost.
But he made those games.
All right.
I mean, if you want to hold Super Bowls up, fine.
Well, I'm
but
trying to make your
this
argument.
League
Yeah.
just all they do is worship that statue, man.
Okay.
They worship that trophy. Like, that's the goal, and he figured it out 6 times. I mean, Marv Levy, Harvard educated, couldn't do it once, and he had 4 runs.
So then explain to me why he doesn't have an NFL job.
I think the NFL is stupid.
The NFL is stupid.
Well, I do think the NFL, in terms of like coaching, like it's getting younger.
They want these young guns.
They want a guy that's going to come in and stick around. So whether or not they think
they want these
Belichick's a
no-show
good
sock,
coach or
clipboard
not.
running.
No, it would be ankle
goofballs.
No show sock is older. Now we're going calf sock.
All right, half sock.
Yeah, calf sock. No, I mean, look. If your argument is he's the greatest coach of all time, and there are teams that are going to replace their head coach that are right on the cusp, that would have been Belichick's job, but he didn't get it.
All right.
And he went.
I think it might be a big mistake.
He took this job at North Carolina because, look, these teams talk. They reach out unofficially to candidates when they're about to fire coaches or have fire coaches and say, do you have any interest? And he hasn't gotten a phone call.
Right.
That's why he did this. So I'm just saying, if your argument is he's greatest of all time and he can't find a job, if you're the greatest plow driver of all time, someone will hire you. If you're the greatest accountant of all time, someone will hire you.
It doesn't make any sense.
If you're the greatest head coach of all time, someone will hire you. Right. And he could get a job. So
what if he wins a national championship with the Tar Heels?
Good for him. He won't.
You don't think? Okay, would you give him the credit?
Sure. He won't. He won't.
What if he keeps it? What if he gets North Carolina? They're in the polls. They're a top 4 team.
Top 4? Again, he won't. But, yeah, I'll give him his props. It's not going to happen, but I'll give the guy his props.
All right. Well, wait and see, buddy.
I can't wait for
Southern
this.
ball.
Worst ACC record in the history of North Carolina football. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Time and place, Tommy.
What happened?
Time and place. There are stories you see the time and place, and you go, that makes perfect sense. This is not one of them. And this actually works out perfectly for us because you and I, with the jobs we had before this, spent a lot of time in these places. And we are aware of how different this universe is compared to regular life.
Oh.
Because what caused this much friction around a dumpster? We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you back. time and place.
What happened?
There are crime stories you see where the time and place makes sense, right?
Mhm.
Man gets in bar fight at 1 a.m. Makes
Yeah.
sense. Woman caught shoplifting in Henrietta at noon on a Sunday. Makes sense.
Mhm.
This weird time and place story.
What happened?
Well, before you can even get to who may have done what, you kind of have to establish how they got to where they started in the first place.
Mhm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:30. We're not saying this to panic you. We're saying this to give you a heads up. You do not have the time you think to get your Christmas shopping done and get the presents to where they need to be.
So
Let me put it this way.
I'm done.
It's shocking that the folks who deliver our packages don't make this more of a story.
Oh.
We'll get into it in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
come with me.
Mhm.
We are going to the Red Roof Inn in Henrietta.
Oh, okay.
That's where the Monroe County Sheriff's Department say two men got into an argument.
At the hotel.
Well, that's just it.
Motel.
It didn't happen. Holiday Inn. It didn't happen in a room. It didn't happen in the lobby. Authorities say these two men got into an argument next to the dumpster of the Red Roof Inn.
So were they
They
staying
took it
there?
outside.
Do not know.
Okay.
Now keep in mind.
Were they two different dumpster divers
Do
trying
not.
to lay claim?
Let's put that aside for a
All right.
second. Apparently, the argument became very heated because authorities say while it was going on, one of the men walked from the dumpster to his car,
All right.
grabbed a silver revolver,
Oh.
Oh.
and pointed it at the other man.
Mm.
Police say they got multiple 911 calls for the incident and raced to the scene.
Wow.
The good news,
Good news.
turns out the revolver was a CO2 pistol, BB gun,
Okay.
airsoft gun,
Yeah,
whatever.
Like a pellet gun.
Yeah. So how many more ways can we describe what that gun was? So no one was in danger of
All
getting
right.
seriously hurt. But the bad news,
What's that?
pointing anything that looks like a gun,
Yeah.
still illegal.
Right.
Man was arrested, charged with menacing. He has a court date coming up. So there's a lot here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what we have to determine first is how this started, and more specifically, why two men were arguing at the dumpster
Yeah.
of the Red Roof Inn.
Yeah.
So you threw out a theory.
That they were both like dumpster divers. And one was laying claim to it, saying, "This is my."
My dumpster.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was at this dumpster first.
So we used to have back in South Florida when I worked in the grocery business.
Yeah.
We would have bum fights back there, guys who were claiming that's my dumpster.
Okay, but
But
that's
I get I get that there would be things that of value to somebody in a
Right.
in a grocery store dumpster. What would you need out of a hotel?
Yeah, I don't know what they
dumpster?
throw out.
soiled towels.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to go to a
they,
hotel dumpster.
That seems like
Yeah.
somewhere you don't want to be.
Yeah.
All right, let me throw out two scenarios
All right.
that I think would make the most sense. Okay? One,
Right.
these guys work at the hotel. They were taking a break,
Mm.
taking out the garbage. Something happened. One thing
Okay.
led to
All
another.
right.
They end up fighting.
Mm.
But you would think that would say in the story,
Employees.
you got it.
Yeah.
So maybe that's not it. Second, these are hotel guests that don't know each other
Mm.
that went out for a smoke.
But then it escalated into that.
Well, look, it's an outdoor motel, so I would imagine you can't smoke on the balcony area.
Yeah.
'cause
Yeah,
everyone's
yeah,
walking
yeah. So you
around.
step outside,
But to your point, what
go
could
around back.
what could two strangers get so upset with each other about that the gun comes out?
Somebody
Yeah.
being loud.
Oh. What if it was over a lady at the hotel?
Hey, let's go. There's a lady
They're
in our
both
room. Let's
there
go out
with
to,
the ladies.
and we're there at a. We'll go settle this at the dumpster.
Maybe somebody was messing. Somebody approached. Somebody brought a chick there. You know, could be. It could be a quarrel over that.
Okay.
I mean, it is a hotel.
I mean, I guess, but
Fine.
People go to the hotel, especially hotels like that.
why would you argue at the dumpster?
Yeah.
No, you went outside. You just that's when you walked outside. You're there.
So I am familiar with this. This motel is not far from my home,
yeah.
and the dumpster seems a little ways away from
Oh.
like where the rooms are.
So you think that they got away from everything for smoking purposes?
I mean, I don't know if it's smoking. I don't know what it is, but again, I can't.
I always think a hotel's a messing.
Okay, fine. I mean, yeah, the guy did have a CO2 revolver in his car, right?
Yeah.
It's not a normal thing for a grown man to
It is a
have
little weird.
in his car. One thing is for sure, though.
What's that?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Talking about time and place a second ago. As weird as it is for a dumpster to be the place this argument starts, it is the perfect time and place as far as location for an incident like this. And that's not a shot at the Red Roof Inn. I mean all middle of the road national chain motels.
Oh,
Tommy, you and I
yeah.
had to live out of these places for years.
Oh, yeah.
Doing stand-up comedy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've driven a truck, if you've traveled for sales, you probably also know what we're talking about.
Yeah. They're just overnight joints.
But when you go to one of these places,
Yeah.
It is a spin of the crazy wheel. When you check in,
It's sketchy.
no matter the city, the state, the country you are in, and it's all because of the wide mix of people that stay in these middle-of-the-road national chain motels.
Also, the people that work there.
Yes.
The late night desk guy
Yeah.
or lady.
Or gal.
Oh, yeah.
The gal.
Or you just, yeah.
The overnight gal at the motel scares me more than the dude.
That's one tough
How did
woman.
you end up here?
Yeah.
Because she sees it all, man, and she's vulnerable.
Yeah. Like when you go to these places, because I understand why you being a bitch, like look at these places and think sketch.
Yeah. Well, you grew up in squalor.
Well, don't you kind of have like your long-term residents there too?
You have
Oh, yeah.
some
Oh,
long-term
yeah.
residents.
so
Yeah.
you
yeah.
Oh,
got,
yeah.
like the people that have almost claimed it as a home.
No, you have people that
Versus
when
the
the
people
state
passing
check
through.
comes to the hotel.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you check into these places, you have families on vacation
Yeah.
that are staying next to people who just got evicted from their apartments.
Right. Or just people driving overnight.
Yeah, you have travel sports teams a few doors down from guys that are selling weed out of these rooms. You have a nice elderly couple trying to see every state in the U.S. sharing a floor with a cult that is recruiting members from state to state. And
Yeah.
it's a nice mix.
Yeah.
It's a nice mix. But you never know when you check in to one of these national chain motels
Who your neighbor's gonna
No,
be?
you don't.
and what's going to happen.
I've seen outdoor cooking, like on hibachi.
Yep. Yep.
A little hotel tailgating.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I mean, you could have a nice quiet evening with restful sleep, and it's great. You could be up all night long with folks screaming at each other as the cops just keep showing up over and over again. And it's a whole little world that if you never lived in it, you would never have any idea it existed.
Yes.
It's almost like I would watch a documentary about it having gone through it for all those years.
The funniest thing, yeah, that'd be a great documentary. The funniest thing about these places when I was on the road, there wasn't a safe time of day. They always had something going on or looked weird or sketchy all the time.
Okay, you are a soft bitch. You know that. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there were times where I was scared, but like I saw things that made me scared. It wasn't like I was like, oh no, it's 3:00 on a Tuesday. I gotta walk fast into my room.
I'm telling you, man. You run your mouth, but you got lucky. We got lucky.
Bro, we didn't go to Vietnam.
No, but I'm just,
Like, Billy Joel didn't write Goodnight Motel 6.
that'd be a good one. Though.
And it was bright, 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 bright.
I would also think with all the ways you've described putting yourself in danger, like the motel hotel situation would be the least scary thing you
No.
got
No, I mean-
yourself into.
There is something unsettling about knowing you're going to be unconscious in a place like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give Tommy
Okay.
that because you
Oh,
do,
thank you.
you don't know what's going to happen.
Let me hold on to that.
Shut up.
Oh, a gift from Pat, a compliment. Let me cradle it.
But here's the thing.
Like the Christ child.
252 WCMF. This conversation started with two men that allegedly got into a fight next to the dumpster at the Red Roof Inn in Henrietta. That led to a man going to his car to get a silver revolver pointed at the man he was arguing with. Police say when they got there, they discovered it was a CO2 pistol, but that's still illegal. Charged with menacing. Court date coming up. But we're talking about the little universe of these national chain motels because they are a great deal.
Yeah, but that's why you're there, because you busted.
No, you're not busted.
Bro, when I'm staying there, I'm just as busted as the other people there.
Look, man, I'll say this.
What?
Okay, one of the things that bothers me the most, my daughter playing travel hockey.
Yeah.
Hotels are so overpriced because I am paying you $200 to go from 3:00 in the afternoon until 10:00 the next
Per
morning.
night?
Yes, I don't even get 24 hours
You gotta check out.
to stay at this middle of the road
Yeah.
hotel, right? Like it's such a scam. You could find Motel 6s for like $60, $70 a night.
By the way, they used to be $19.
Yeah, no, I know. I remember back in
Yeah.
the day, bro. They had those big boards that
Yeah.
were like advertised at night would change, right? Yeah, $23. I'll stay here a week.
Oh, yeah.
I'll drive where I'm going.
Oh,
and I'll
I
come
stayed
back
at those
here.
all week when I was on the road.
Been there, buddy.
Yeah.
But no, man. Like if it was up to me, I'm taking my family. We'll stay at the Motel 6. We just need the beds.
Yeah. But then you got to deal with everything else.
Yeah, but we got strength in numbers now. I was there by myself. You were there by yourself.
Yeah, you got hockey sticks and blades.
There. Did you ever push stuff up against the door in some of those
bro.
places?
I used to travel with one of those door jams.
No, you did.
Oh, yeah.
What a bitch.
Oh, yeah. Bro, I was afraid I was
Whoop,
going to...
time to go to bed. Let me get my door jammed and stick it in the thing.
Look, man, when I was traveling on the road, I was 128 pounds. And I can remember checking into these joints with these weird pervy guys working late at night.
Oh,
I
yeah,
go,
you were a dish, man. They
Bro.
wanted all about that.
My little lamb chop ass was on the line. You don't think they wanted to come up there and BF me?
For God's sakes.
What?
And no.
See, you've never lived in fear of being BF'd. I have.
This is actually true.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I guess I can't relate.
No, but
don't
you
know
guys
what
gonna
that
hold
feels
me
like.
down and pork me, man. I'm not doing that. I ain't into that. So I used a door jam before I got my jammed. I should have put one there.
Speaking of sex,
What?
the only thing that sucked about staying in one of these places,
Yeah.
outside of everything we talked about, like if you met a woman, you can't take her back to the Motel 6.
Well, some you could. It would have been an upgrade in their lifestyle.
252 WCMF.
Man, heat.
Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Not bad yourself.
Good, man. What you got?
So I've stayed at the Red Roof in Utica for concerts like 6 or 7 times.
Stop
And
bragging.
Every single time we get kicked out of there.
Wait, you get kicked out of the Red
So
Roof
you're
Inn?
the problem.
Every single time. Because we'll have a group of like 7 of us in there, all staying together, and we get all loud and rowdy and drunk.
BFing.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And whenever we go to one of these concerts, the whole concert place or the whole hotel is full. And
Bunch of
everyone's just rowdy.
scuzzbags.
All right, wait, Mark. Let me ask you a question, buddy. So you got
Pile of scuzzbags in a room.
no, that pile of scuzzbags was opening in that
Oh, I
concert.
didn't know.
Yeah, Mark. So you have
Yeah.
7 people sleeping in a room.
Usually something like that. Everyone just piles in, and it's just booze and drugs.
How old are you?
I am 35.
35.
Oh, Mark.
So Mark's the guys you're talking about.
Because I was expecting you to tell me that was a prom party you threw, an after prom party.
It might have been,
Oh.
so be quiet.
No. See, we all last year they had the thing at the Kodak Center where
Nah, I'm done.
All right.
Can't
All
do it.
right.
Who would have thought the guy that sleeps 7 to a Red
I
Roof
know.
Inn motel room
For
and
a
does
concert
drugs?
in
I
Utica.
think
Had
we're
a
done
bad
with those
phone.
stories.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tom.
All right.
Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. Could you turn your radio down for me? I can hear myself, and this show
I think it's
sucks.
his phone.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, so I was traveling down south this summer, and we stayed at a nicer place, over $200, and they had the high-rise part of it, and then the low-rise hotel they had left there, that was on the other side of the pool. There was a different fence that separated the pool from that hotel, and I first was a little confused, but then it was like a Section 8 apartments. It wasn't even a hotel anymore.
Okay, so just to
But
catch
there was-
everybody up, I mean, so that's the program where folks can,
Yeah.
it's government assistance, and there are, Tom, old motels when they go out of business.
Yeah, the state buys them.
Yeah, the state will buy them up, or a private business will buy
Yeah.
them up, and people will live out of those motels.
Yeah, it was just the other side of the swimming pool where they had regular garbage cans and the char grills outside and stuff. All kinds of activity all night long.
Tom, thanks for the call.
Sounds like a
buddy.
Brazilian soccer stadium.
One of the most unique motel experiences I ever had.
Yeah.
And I remember this vividly. I was down in Missouri
Mhm.
doing a show,
Mhm.
and that night was the debut of No Crossover, the Allen Iverson 30 for 30 documentary
Oh.
on ESPN.
Oh, all right.
And I'm a big Allen Iverson fan, so I desperately wanted to see this. And
Mm.
I was watching the clock as I'm driving, and it was getting about to the time where it was going to debut. And this is pre-Netflix. I
Right.
can't watch it
You
back
had to
again.
watch it when it aired.
Exactly.
Right.
So I'm just trying to find any place I can to spend the night. What is the hometown of Rush Limbaugh?
Oh, Cape Girardeau.
Okay, so I'm in there. That's where I am.
Yeah.
Because I get off, and there's a big home of Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah,
Da, da, da,
there's
da, da.
a statue of him there.
So there's like a mom and pop motel.
Yeah.
And I pull in, and I can just see the office. I can't see the rest of the stuff. And I go, hey, I need a room. Guy's like $45 a night. I go, yes.
Yeah.
And then I go get my key, and I'm like, no.
Not bad.
So here's the thing, man. Everybody is cooking
Mhm.
outside,
Yeah.
but they're not cooking any food I recognize.
Okay. All right.
Like at all. And it
Yeah.
smelled good.
Yeah, but you don't know.
It was like one of those scenes in the Bad Western where the guy walks down Main Street and everybody stops and looks. Like they knew, like, you do not
You're not
belong
from
here.
around here.
You don't live here.
You're not a cooker.
And here's the thing, man. I could have left at that moment and I would have been out $40, $45. It would have been fine. But I so desperately wanted to see this 30 for 30.
Stuck around for the viewing.
I get in the room. The door didn't lock.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I had to put multiple chairs in front of it, and I sat and I watched this documentary, and I slept in that place.
You're lucky they got ESPN in that joint.
They did have ESPN.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, no, they advertised it on the board.
Oh, okay.
HBO, Showtime,
Ah.
ESPN.
Yeah, they also advertise clean rooms.
This one, the room wasn't bad if it was locked. But yeah, I want to go back see what that motel's doing today.
It's probably burned down.
Yeah, you're probably right. Let's take a break. You would think that these businesses would advertise this more.
Oh, it's a good thing. Huh?
Well, no. Not knowing this is a really bad thing because you may think you have plenty of time to do your Christmas shopping and get those gifts to the people that need them.
Yeah.
And you are very wrong.
Well,
In fact,
again overnight.
well, look, you can. You want to spend like $80?
No.
So there you go.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We
What
do
happened?
this.
Right.
We take a glance at the calendar early December and we think, nothing to worry about.
Got time.
Plenty of time.
Yeah.
Then a few days go by. Then
Yeah.
a week.
It's here and gone.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you go to make this purchase and it's too late.
So am I too late now if I pull the trigger?
Here is your warning.
Depends.
What's that?
Here is your warning. Kimmy's right. You do not have the time you think you have to shop the way you want to
All right.
for Christmas presents. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Tommy,
Yeah.
late last week, Spectrum News did Rochester a favor.
What do they do?
They did a story on shipping deadlines for gifts and cards this season.
Mm.
For the post office, you have to have your packages in the mail by December 18th for regular mail. And if you want to pay more, and by the way, it's more than you think paying more,
Yeah.
you can wait until December 21st for it to get there on Christmas.
I don't get. I guess if you're shipping like some kind of food you make,
Mhm.
why would you go to the post office? Because like anything I can order on Amazon, I can have it delivered to that person.
Well,
Well,
because
some people like to like personalize it. They add a couple different things into the package. They want to wrap it.
I think there's just
make-
old farts doing it.
well, no, not to mention, and here's the problem. If you order on Amazon or like online stores,
Yeah.
they'll tell you it could be there, but then you're at the mercy of their
Yeah.
shipping
Yeah.
services.
Yeah.
Like if you go to the post office, FedEx, UPS, they're going to give you a date, and
Right.
rarely is that date going to be off. Where Amazon can say, too bad, and what are you going to do about it?
All right.
So they get into other things. FedEx, you have even less time. For regular
I thought
FedEx,
that was supposed to be the fastest at one point, right?
yeah, but they're being used more, it sounds like.
All right.
For regular service, to get there guaranteed by Christmas,
What I gotta do?
you have to have it in their hands by December 13th, which is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Although you can, again, pay extra to have your stuff make it up to Christmas Eve.
But then you get whacked.
Bro, the whack,
How hard?
it's bad. So they don't actually tell you
Yeah, that's how bad it is then.
exactly. Now, there's a reason we're telling you this.
Why is that?
You do not have the time you think you do to get all of your Christmas shopping done if you plan on getting stuff offline.
Hmm.
Because every year, and even online, we think we have all this time because we're used to stuff showing up so fast at
Yeah.
our doors that the weeks that we think we have,
So it's logjam.
it becomes days. You got it.
All right.
And keep in mind, this is just the stuff we're describing to get stuff to each other because, like we just touched on, most stores get very busy online this time of year, and it takes longer than usual to ship stuff. So the next couple of days could be the cutoff of getting things in time for the holidays. Some of these companies online that like make handmade stuff,
Yeah.
you've already missed the deadline.
Yeah.
Are you guys good with getting your online presents ordered? Are you guys good with? Like, are you done getting all your presents ordered?
Yeah,
on the
but
way?
mine's puny.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I already got my wife's stuff. She does everything else. So my wife, on the other hand, it's a little bit more stressful.
Oh, so?
Well, because she does all that stuff, and she wants it all. Like I'm always, if it doesn't get there on Christmas Day, what's the big deal?
Okay, here's
but
why.
she wants everything like official record, get it there.
Well, I'm kind of with her on that because it's not as exciting, especially if you're exchanging gifts and somebody's handing you something and you don't have anything to give to them.
Well, I'm talking
it's
more
on
of
its way. Here's my IOU.
But like if it's coming, you'll get it.
If you don't have
Yeah.
the stuff you bought that person
Mm-hmm.
in their hand
It's a little awkward.
before Christmas, no, it's not awkward. You look like such a bum.
Or
You
should
look
I
like
step
such.
up for the extra delivery.
Well, look, here's the thing. You're either telling
Tie it
that,
up. I'm busy.
you're either telling that person that you didn't think about them enough to get it done on time,
I didn't.
Last
or-
minute gift.
or you don't care about them enough to pay for the express shipping that would have it in their hands right now. Right? And look, I'm not trying to shame you here.
Yeah, kind of. All right.
Because I get in the same boat as the rest
Yeah.
of all you slackers. I'm bad with it too. But the reason we put this holiday bad signal up, if you don't get those orders in, you will be fighting the crowds this last week leading up to Christmas if you're shipping stuff, and nobody wants to do that.
I will say
Yeah.
though, sometimes those gifts that show up the latest are the most thoughtful gifts because you're getting something customized or you're finding something that you can't just get anywhere, right? So that's why it takes a little longer to get there.
Okay,
So
Yeah,
I,
this is a special cheese board I got from Hickory Farm.
Look, if you ordered something, you're right, in late
Yeah.
November and it's delayed for
Right.
whatever reason, but I agree with you there.
because there are sometimes like those, if you order off places like Etsy and those craft kind of websites, you have an idea of when it's going to get there, but they can't give you an exact date based on how long it takes to make it.
Okay, you brought up Etsy. I want to ask a question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you're not familiar with
I
that,
see the ad.
okay, and that's what I'm saying. They're pushing their website
Yeah.
hard.
Right.
Etsy is a website that allows people who make things,
Like
Small
handcrafted crap.
businesses, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Handcrafted things, yeah.
all sorts of stuff like that,
Yeah.
to allow people to buy their stuff online.
All right.
Right? And these people open up these stores. It's a lot like eBay, except you're making this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy, is it now appropriate to buy Christmas gifts from a site like Etsy? Because I would think as little as 5 years ago, you kind of look like a bum buying somebody like a handmade gift on Etsy online.
Yeah, but it's not cheap, a lot of it. You know what I mean?
But is it good?
I mean, it depends on what you're looking for, I guess.
I mean, is it like candles and crap?
No, that's that other website, candlesandcrap.com.
I mean,
don't light it. Don't light it.
There's everything on
All
there.
right.
I don't even know how to, pinpoint exactly what
right.
you can get. I mean, everything from like there's sports themed things
runs
to
But
yeah,
handmade.
Yeah, all of these are like
Yeah.
made by these people. And
Yeah.
I mean, handmade maybe is an overstatement, but
Yeah.
they're all like
T-shirts.
They're crafty people.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but she's right. Like people will sell like T-shirts they press like out of their homes. And I mean, there's some good stuff on.
Oh, I bet.
But I mean, does it come in an Etsy package? Because I wouldn't want someone to like see that.
Well, then you'd have to unwrap it and wrap it yourself.
And well, I'm assuming you can send it from Etsy to them.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
but I wonder if you can send a gift wrap.
I don't know.
Because my wife was upset because when I got my grandson a Hess truck this year.
Oh, really? Wait, was your grandson born in 1986?
Hey, man, they're collector's items.
Yeah.
They're going away.
Collector's items from a store that doesn't exist anymore. Hey, did you get him the Gimbal Shopping Center too?
The Hess truck's back and it's better than ever. So I got it for extra $3. I got a gift wrap
Okay.
and shipped to me.
Okay.
And my wife said, "Why'd you spend the $3?" I go, "What are you talking about, man? It's done." And it looks great. She was pissed off that I spent the $3 to have a gift wrap.
Well, is she somebody who wraps all the gifts in the same wrapping paper or same color scheme?
But I think she
Because you're
wanted
throwing
to
off her color scheme.
Well, I think she wanted to see it if it was broken or something, you know what I
Okay.
mean? But like,
yeah, I understand that. You want to see it in person.
I like it's done.
No, but like you have so much time to just wrap up
I can't wrap.
box.
I cannot wrap.
She
I
was
can't
gonna
roll
wrap it.
joints. I can't roll joints, but I can't wrap.
I'm surprised you didn't want to see it first.
Nah.
Because you were excited about it.
I was, but I'll, wait. I don't want to break
Yeah.
it before he gets it.
By the way, don't even ask him to wrap a joint. If you're looking for pot for Christmas, Tommy is not the guy.
No.
252 WCMF, we're discussing how you do not think you have the time you think to get the Christmas shopping done you want to. If you're sending things through the mail, you have to have it in for the post office by December 18th for it to be there by Christmas Eve. For FedEx, it's even less time. It's tomorrow.
And yeah, this is why I hate the holidays, because there's all this goddamn pressure and stress.
Yeah.
Like if people tell me I love the holidays, how can you love it when there's nothing? The alarm bells that go off around the holidays are endless.
Well, I think the people that love the holidays are the ones that are prepared.
I guess.
They look forward to it.
But when do you start, man? August?
Some people do.
That's insane.
Okay,
for
but
one stupid day. I mean, God bless you. The actual day.
I love
good,
how as he's getting
good stuff. Good stuff.
I love how he's getting closer to death. He's
The
hedging
birth
St.
is good.
Peter's bets.
Oh yeah.
I would say that by the time fall kicks in, that fall weather, everybody's in holiday mode. So, yeah, there are some people that start way ahead of time.
But like holiday mode should be like cookies and spiked eggnog. Not worried about
there's that too.
delivery dates.
No, but you got grandkids. This is your life
Yeah.
now.
Bro, it's stressful.
I love this.
You don't
too,
even
right?
know with these kids.
Shut up. Like kids show up in his life in the twilight. Oh, you don't know how hard it is.
It's a lot.
My kid's school don't have a bus home today, and I got to go see a Christmas concert with my wife at 7:30. Be back up tomorrow morning at 2:30. Meanwhile, my daughter's got to get to hockey. Shut up! Let's take some calls. 252 WCMF. We were talking about Etsy and how that's viewed as a gift now. Rammer's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. So some of the stuff on Etsy really is garbage, but there's some really good stuff on there. I've used it before and never had a problem. My daughter bought one of these most awesome gifts you can find. It's an artist that takes so her boyfriend likes Captain Morgan, right? So they have these bottles. They'll cut the bottles off, polish them, and turn them into glassware. And although they're not cheap, they were an awesome gift because, I mean, it's just one of those keepsakes that you can't find in, a Walmart. So I don't know. You kind of take a shot at it, but I've never had a bad experience with Etsy.
It's a rum bottle that they turn into a drinking glass?
Yeah, they actually cut it. So imagine if you had I don't know what you drink in terms of scotch, probably the cheap stuff, but I mean, it's a real, Captain Morgan bottles. They had the sculpted statue of the,
Yeah, I get it.
pirate guy.
I imagine myself throwing it in the trash.
Yeah,
Like you do
Well,
every
I mean,
gift somebody gives you.
Especially this
I
one, man.
imagine your
It's a
wife
busted
throwing you
ass
in the
rum
trash,
bottle.
So I don't know. It would be a
You're
company.
gonna cut your lip on that thing with any luck.
No, they grind it and polish it. It's a real, glass. It's
No,
a
it's
smooth surface, nice heavy glass.
This ain't crap you get at the Park Ave Fest.
Well, no, I mean that's
well,
what
it
it is.
Well, it kind of is. Like that is what
Park
the,
Ave Fest, but it just comes to your house.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
it's an
Yeah.
artist collective
Yeah.
online.
Yeah, I mean, well, Etsy is basically Park Ave on the internet. I mean, it's
Wow, I think I just said that.
This is the most-
pretty much.
Remember?
So the early shopping thing, it's mine is done before Halloween, but the problem is the return dates.
Oh,
well-
like if somebody wants to give it back.
Yeah, if you shop real early, you got a 30-day return. It's like Christmas is 2 months away. It's like if they don't, they want to return it. I always give my gifts with a guarantee that if they don't like it, I'll buy it back.
What are you selling used
buyback
cars?
program.
All right, Robert, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Anybody else
You
want to
can
ask?
trade it in.
Anybody else want to ask questions that'll extend that phone call?
What is it going to take to put you in this glassware today?
Look, the other important thing to do right now is we're
Yeah.
talking about Christmas gifts, right? And I'm talking to all guys listening.
Yeah.
Sit down, write a list of all the people you need to get gifts.
Yeah, check them off as you go.
Because there are few feelings worse than realizing right before you're leaving for a family thing. Yep, right, Kimmy?
Yeah.
You forgot to get your mom or your nephew
Or
something.
yeah,
And it's pure panic.
kids first. Like make sure every kid there is getting a gift from you because there is no more awkward a situation than if somebody shows up with their kid and every other kid is opening that gift from you except for that one.
I hate lists. I do. I don't want to write a goddamn list.
Sit down and write it out, man. I'm telling you,
Aye.
do it. Did you know that Walgreens and CVS solely survive on last-minute, on-the-way gifts to holiday
sure,
parties,
yeah.
right? Because that's what you're going to do.
Yeah.
You go to a Walgreens in the middle of July, and you laugh at the big toy section they have. Like, oh, who buys toys at Walgreens? And then a few months later, you are sprinting inside to not be late to the party. You thank God there's that section, and you grit your teeth, and you pay the 30% more it costs for Walgreens toy than it does if you would have just prepared yourself.
Get the kid Diet Coke. 2 liter.
Wow.
Hey, look at that bad boy.
Don't say I never did nothing for you.
You know, you can turn that into a wine glass.
Let's take a break. Well, you said this is stressing you out.
Yes.
Great way to de-stress.
Oh, booze.
Touch yourself.
What?
Huh?
Touch myself?
Do you know? Is that not a de-stressor?
Oh, no, it's a big de-stressor.
So you know how Spotify does what they call Spotify Wrapped now?
Yep.
Where they tell you like all the things you watched and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Pornhub has started doing something similar.
What they say?
Like your year in review.
Not personally.
Yeah.
But they take all of the information they have, what everybody has done for the
Gotcha.
year.
Yeah.
The trends.
So it's like a best of?
Yep, and they put out some statistics. I have in front of me.
A wax stack.
Can we call Rammer back? I have in front of me
Yeah.
the average length of a Pornhub session. And I want you to
okay.
think. I want you to think.
All right.
Who's closest to the pin?
All right.
Tommy or Kimmy? Next here with the break room on CMF. For pornography being a $1 billion a year industry.
Oh, yeah, it's a juggernaut.
Multi-billion. A lot of people, me, no.
No, nobody looks at it.
It's like 15 guys holding up $1 billion. What's great is what we have in front of us. This is not responses from people talking about what they do. These are the actual physical numbers.
This is the hard data.
Literally. You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So every year, Pornhub takes all of the information they have gathered from their website.
Yeah.
And they put out, I guess, statistics on how we consume adult content.
Yeah.
All right. In front of me, I have how long the average session lasted per person on Pornhub in 2024. Tommy, how long was that session?
It's got to be, well, I guess because more people work from home now.
Okay.
I'm guessing it's longer.
So what are you thinking?
Because I would have said average time would have been less than 10 minutes.
You know what he's doing? He's doing two guesses to try and
Yeah,
claim.
I know you are.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
You're saying
deducing.
longer.
I'm not saying that's my official guess.
No, because you're doing it.
I'm not doing it.
You're doing it.
I was gonna say,
But then I went,
12 minutes.
12 minutes. Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
So this is from when you open the video to when you close the
I think
video.
it's just from when you get on the site until you're done
So
with the site.
that could include like browsing.
Yeah, most guys don't browse very long.
Possibly.
Well, but that would add time to it.
It just says average session.
I'm gonna say 15.
15 minutes. Pornhub says the average session lasted 10 minutes and 37 seconds.
Damn, so my original
Shut
thought
up,
was
see?
right.
Hit it with the buzzer.
We both overbid.
Hit it with the buzzer.
But I was
you
right.
Had two guesses.
Because I figured because of stay-at-home work now, you go a little longer.
No, but it was 10 minutes and 37 seconds, so it was a full 2 minutes longer than you said.
But I was kind of right around.
No, you weren't, you idiot.
No, 2 minutes
But my
shorter than
original
what he
thought.
said.
Whatever. No, he was 2 minutes. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Oh.
By the way, 10 minutes, 37 seconds. What are you doing for the other 9 minutes?
Yeah, that's a long time.
So there are a couple of things.
Stick around to see how it ends.
You're going to start chafing.
Yeah.
I don't like the ending of this movie. The plot was not good. There are a couple of things in these statistics that give us a glimpse into our different pornography habits. For example, the most popular time in America to watch pornography, midnight on a Monday.
Monday?
You want to take a shot? Why?
Midnight on a Monday.
We don't have why. What
So
can
you
it?
stayed up for the game?
No. Like midnight. Go like Monday the next, not Sunday night. Like Monday night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
going
saying you
into
watch
Tuesday.
Monday Night Football.
Oh, I got you.
And then you're still up. And then,
But that's even a little while after Monday Night Football
I've been
ends.
waiting all day to watch pornography. I don't know.
Is that to like get your week started? But you already started your week.
My theory is
Blue Monday. You know, people get the blues on
Yeah,
Monday.
but why wouldn't you crank it at 8 o'clock in the morning?
No, but I'm saying.
I would think you got more Sunday night blues than Monday night blues.
Which turns into Sunday morning whites. Monday morning whites.
Ooh.
Thank you. No, I would argue like everybody's sleep schedule is a little bit thrown off with the weekend. Is that you're up late Monday because you can't
Like
go to
you
sleep
can't
and you're trying to
fall
relax?
asleep.
Okay.
But
The least
again, I think that would be more Sunday night.
the least popular time to watch pornography in America, 5 a.m. on Tuesday, which I guess makes sense.
Because you're just coming down off the
Yeah,
other one.
that
So,
makes
yeah.
sense.
I'm not a machine, man. So the most interesting part of these numbers that we dive into from Pornhub, all their statistics from this last year, 90% of all pornography was watched on phones. And that sounds like a lot until you realize.
Well, it's convenience right there.
Sure.
It's
You get a
mobile.
free hand.
But there are still like people watching porn on a computer. I don't know why. When I think about it, it creeps me out.
Well, you could have a work computer. I mean,
I'm not even
Or
thinking.
your laptop at home.
Still
Yeah,
kind of weird when you
Why? You
have your
get a-
phone.
Because you get a better view. I mean, if you want a larger
bigger screen.
What do you got to?
I mean, you're rubbing and squinting.
You can watch it on your TV too. You can put that thing at 50, 60, 70 inches.
Yeah. But
well,
then everybody can
everybody
see
can
it.
see what you're
Well,
doing.
if you're home
I can't
alone.
slap down my TV if somebody walks in. I would think.
Well, I'm saying if you have
laptop
to add an app to your TV.
Yeah,
might
I
be a
would
little
think
sketchy.
the laptop would be nice.
There's something that feels weird to me now in this day and age about watching porn on an actual physical computer, laptop,
Yeah.
desktop, whatever.
Is that because of being paranoid? Like somebody else
Catching your ass.
I don't even think it's that. It's
Somebody
just,
else can find this on here, even though they could do the same on your phone. But I don't know.
I don't think it's that. It just feels creepy. Of like you got your pants are down because like at least with the phone, like it's all self-contained,
Yeah.
right? Like I have the phone in my hand.
But I would think there's more risk with a phone in terms of accidentally calling somebody or
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like because we've seen people accidentally share things on social media that they didn't mean to. Like I would think there's more You'd be more paranoid doing it on your phone than on your computer.
But if you're a married person, you grab the phone, you run to the bathroom, right? Where else would you? Why else? If it's 90% phone,
Okay,
I'm
you
guessing
can
it's
hide out
mostly
more, you're
married
saying?
people hiding it from their spouse. You're on the phone. You couldn't do that with a laptop. You couldn't do it on a TV.
Sure, I just assumed phone was because of convenience. I didn't think
I
you were
think it
hiding
is,
with it.
but it's also like sneaking around.
You know, with this knowledge that 90% of all porn is watched on phones on Pornhub, you know, it really makes you realize how good we have it now compared to back in the day.
Oh, bro, you don't even know.
No, I'm not even talking.
Pioneer pulling, man, was brutal.
I'm talking even with internet porn because when this first started, wherever the family computer was is where you were forced to crank one
It
out.
was connected to the phone.
Exactly. And when I was a teenager, our family computer was in the kitchen.
Right.
So, like,
Ugh.
I had no choice.
Like, I've
Kimmy.
seen your desk over there. I don't want to know what your home family desk looked like.
Like, bro, it was right next to the refrigerator.
Ew.
And, like, I would have to wait.
Yeah, but with your tiny little house and everybody in there, your timing had to be impeccable.
Well, so
when did you ever get a chance?
When there was a lot, everybody had a lot of stuff going on. Like my dad worked a lot in left
Yeah, but
town a
there's
lot.
more risk for people to be in and out.
Right.
But that's just it. I would lock the deadbolt on the front door just to be
So
safe.
you'd be home alone.
So give you a little extra time.
Did you ever risk it, like somebody down the hall taking a nap?
No, because it was way out in the open. Like, bro, there's
I
no.
would have risked it, I think.
There's no way I would have been able to pull that off. No, because
Oh.
you forget about how big and loud those old desktops
Yeah,
are.
they are when they load in.
And like it was also like you had those speakers, those
Yeah.
physical
Yeah.
speakers that were like I couldn't put headphones in there. So yeah, I would have to wait for the house to be empty,
Well,
lock
I
the deadbolt.
would have just turned the speakers down and jerked in silence.
One of the worst Simon and Garfunkel songs of all
The
time.
sound of jerked in
That's
silence.
not the jerk. It was there for you.
I know.
You were right on the
No,
goal
you're
line.
How's that song go?
No, I lost it because you blew it.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, friend, here to crank with you again. Here.
Da-da-da.
Now we're doing ESPN. All right, great. No, I mean, like, and also to all you parents of teenagers,
Yeah.
thank
my God.
thank your lucky stars you don't have one solid
catch them?
computer. Yeah, because right, you're not going to catch them. And two,
Man, if
They're
you're
not gonna-
raising boys,
They're not going to ruin your family computer.
yes, well, that and your kid's not touching himself in the
Like-
kitchen or in the den or
How
in the
about
living
your
room.
kids? How about your kids? Your boy's phone. Like the boy barnacles that are built
The
up
boy
on that
barnacles?
phone. It's kind of like something they found on the Titanic.
The boinicles?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, but I mean, what's more preferable? That the phone that they handle is gross, or that the family keyboard, mouse, and computer?
Well, just remember the next time you ask yourself, "Hey, see that phone?" Make sure you're wearing a glove.
All right, let's take a break.
Hmm.
As we get closer to the holidays, great transition.
Yeah.
Everybody pretty much has plans for Christmas.
Oh yeah, you're loaded up.
Where you're going to go, what you're going to eat, who's going to prepare whatever. And Kimmy, we've talked with Thanksgiving a couple weeks ago. People are known for the stuff that they make.
Yeah.
You trust certain people, Kimmy, to make what they are known
They
for.
have their specialty.
You get your signature move.
Exactly. And even if they don't have a signature move, there are people that can cook and you can't
Okay.
cook, which is what makes this mind-blowing.
No, it makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense because this person is not only not known for cooking, they're not known for eating, and the length of time it's been since they've even attempted to do this means Christmas for this family is ruined.
No.
And how this person
Give a guy a shot.
did not stand up and go, I am not even close to qualified for this, blows my mind. Who could this mystery man be, Kimmy?
know.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Holiday dinners come with a lot of pressure.
Oh, yeah.
For
You got
most-
to know your stuff.
For most people, it's the best meal you'll have all year.
Mhm.
And there are major expectations from the folks who will be eating.
Yep.
Especially if where you're going has a reputation for nailing it.
Yep.
So then answer this question, Kimmy. Why the hell is a man
Yeah.
who has some of the worst food takes in the history of the world and doesn't cook anything close to edible dishes? Why is that man now in charge of something that is, without a doubt, going to be awful
You don't know.
on one of the most important eating days of the year?
And he volunteered,
Yes.
which I'm surprised by.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. If you want to see what this mystery man looks like, you can log on to our live stream right now, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Look for Sprucifer.
Sprucifer.
This year, in 6 packs, a tasty IPA brewed with spruce tips.
Wait, like, what are spruce tips?
Like, I'm assuming from
Like
the
the
tree.
tree?
Or the pine needles or the needles.
Oh.
Spruce needles.
Okay.
Spruces have
So
needles.
it's got like a little Christmas taste.
Yeah.
All right.
Tastes like Christmas.
Well, you said it's got the tree in it.
I'm just reading what it says here. I haven't tried it yet.
Okay.
I don't know, but I'll tell you what. I'll try it and I'll report back.
Let me know.
So go get your Sprucifer. Maybe you should try it too from our friends at Three Heads Brewing. Go see them and try their tree beer. All right.
Yeah.
So it's rare, Kimmy,
Mhm.
working with Tommy in the mouth that he has, that he says something that shocks us.
Shocking.
Yeah.
But
You know.
yesterday, after the show,
Yeah.
you said something that stopped Kimmy and I both.
And it wasn't gross.
Nope.
And it wasn't anything like that.
Yeah.
Because you got some big old plans for Christmas.
Oh, yeah, I sure do. What?
What do you mean, what?
I'm cooking. So, we got the grandkids.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very chaotic. My
Sure.
wife does the grandkids, and stuff. So I figured to take the pressure off, I would do the Christmas meal to give her a break because she can't do the kitchen and the kids at the same time.
Mhm.
Okay, so you're cooking for everybody.
For 6 to 7 people.
Okay.
Well, the little ones don't really eat much. But, yeah, the adults would be.
Because we know you do cook sometimes, but it's usually just for you and your wife.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
and-
it's smaller, healthy meals.
And he'll grill fennel.
Big
He'll
Blackstone
grill
guy.
He'll grill chives.
Yeah.
He'll
Yeah.
grill mushrooms.
Oh, yeah.
He'll grill carrots. All of these
All
things.
the veggies.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
got
yeah.
covered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what vegetables are you making for dinner?
So I'm making a delicious meal, delicious Italian meal. Baked ziti. And we're going to do a set of meatballs.
So you're
You-
so you're making homemade Tommy recipe
Yep.
meatballs, muley meatballs.
Okay.
Ask your mom. She loved them.
Okay. Look, you're already getting aggressive because you
Got
know.
a whole mouthful.
Okay. So
Ate the whole thing.
Tommy Muley,
What?
and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, are making ziti and meatballs
Yes.
for Christmas dinner for 7 people.
Yeah, no, we got some vegetarians, so that's why I'm going with the baked ziti. The meatballs are for the carnivores.
Okay, very nice of you.
And by the way, I'm the only Sicilian in the house.
Sure.
So wouldn't you want the Italian stallion in there
Well-
making your baked ziti and your meatballs?
Well, when
Yeah,
this-
but you not. But when was the last time you made any?
we have questions we have to
All
get
right,
to, Kimmy, before we
we'll
get there. I'll
get
give
there.
you a
Sorry, I
shot.
didn't mean to jump ahead.
No, it's okay, because I think there's one question that needs to be asked
What?
right up front.
Okay.
All right, question?
Good, yeah, the man in the back looks like a doofus.
Thank you. What the hell is going on here?
I
What?
can't believe they're trusting you with this.
You're not
My wife-
qualified.
yes, I am.
You're not. You don't eat baked ziti.
I know how to make it.
You
I
don't?
I haven't had it. By the way, I used to be a fat ass.
Yeah.
And my fat ass knew how to make baked
Okay,
ziti.
you don't even know what baked ziti tastes like? I wouldn't trust you to spell ziti, let alone make
Capital
ziti.
S with the T-I.
All right, let me ask you this. What are you putting in the sauce you're making for the ziti?
Love. My main ingredient is love.
Don't put.
And tradition.
Okay. So like,
From the old school.
are you using you're getting like canned tomatoes? Are you gonna use tomatoes you
I'm
had?
going to make a sauce fresh.
Are you?
I roll out my own ziti. I
When's the last-
literally milked the cow.
When's the last time you made sauce?
A long time.
Okay.
It's easy.
So you're making sauce.
Yeah. I could do this. And if I get stuck, I got YouTube. By the way,
Are you?
anything you don't know how to do, I could fix a cat. You could go on
What?
YouTube. You could do anything. You could do surgery on YouTube.
Okay.
Are you going off a family recipe? Is this something you've made before? Or are you
Yes,
just
it was-
looking up something and
I've done
seeing
it for
where it
years.
goes?
When I was fat, I made it.
Okay.
Everybody loved it. They
All right.
used to rave about it. People
Kimmy-
would come to my house. Where's Tommy's meatballs?
Kimmy, you had a question that I cut you off on. I'm sorry.
When was the last time you made any pasta dish?
I made?
Yeah.
20 years ago.
20 years? You haven't made ziti in 2 decades?
I haven't made any pasta in 20 years.
And was it just you made it for yourself kind of thing,
No, I
or
was
did you
married
you
to
baked
people.
it for other people?
I forget what I made. I made some. I know. I
Okay.
I did stuffed shells.
Ooh,
Which is a
that's
similar
one of my favorites.
recipe.
If Tommy brought in stuffed shells that he made himself,
Mm-hmm.
would you eat those stuffed shells?
I would be a little hesitant.
Why?
I would make you eat one first.
What do you think would be so gross about it?
I don't
Listen,
know. Your
we know your
look at
history.
your hands, man.
Where have my hands possibly been?
I know what
That
you've
would make
done.
that would be disgusting.
I know what you've done to other coworkers in this room, my friend.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
What I did on a coworker.
He didn't do, but he sat back, knew, and laughed. See, there it is again.
I washed my hands.
All right, forget when you made baked ziti. When's the last time you ate baked ziti?
Oh, been a while. Maybe a couple of years.
What's a couple? 10?
When did Barack Obama run for office?
Is he related to Barack Obama? Barack Obama. When did Barack Obama?
I don't know, man. It's
Rod
been a while.
Blagojevich.
I can't remember. It's been a while.
Okay, this is a complete disaster.
Probably on a holiday or something.
Okay, you don't know how to make this.
Yeah.
You don't know what it's supposed to taste like.
Yes, I know what pasta tastes like.
You don't know what sauce is going to go best with it.
Yes, it's called red sauce.
You're probably going to use some
I'll
lame-ass...
get that fat kid from the radio station.
You're
sauce.
probably going
Like
to...
his chickpea pasta.
Thank you. He's good. Are you going to use chickpea pasta?
No, I'll use it straight up pasta.
Okay.
Okay. It's one thing to be pressed into action on something you can't do. Like if your wife came to you and said, "Can you please do this?" and you got to do it,
But she
fine.
agreed.
I understand it. The fact that you not only volunteered to do this,
Yeah.
but you are so confident blows my mind.
People are going to be blown away.
This is going to suck.
No, but you
It's
know
going
why?
to suck
You know-
long. It's going to suck hard.
The
You were
thing
saying, you know
I'm-
what?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I think I'm going to get rave reviews.
I am. This is the most surprising part of this to me is you seem excited to do this, and it's not something you're necessarily dreading.
Yeah, but we have a house full of grandkids, so if I could do that over there, then I don't have to
Keeps
do
you
the
busy.
Wait a minute. I thought this was like an altruistic thing. Like you were doing it.
altruistic. What's that?
Yeah, it's that thing that.
Why don't you use words that people understand?
I thought this was a thing you were
Altruistic.
doing out of the kindness of your heart.
am.
That's what Aaron Rodgers
help
drinks to
out.
see what he sees in the dark.
Um,
You're doing this to get out of having to spend time with the grandkids.
no, but but she can't do both at the same time.
No, I heard you say that, and then I heard what you
Yeah.
just said. I don't have to be over there.
Right.
So not only are you being selfish, you're ruining everybody's dinner and doing it.
How was that? I was doing something nice. You turned it into a selfish.
Because you
act.
always have an angle.
That's not an
It's
angle.
never out of the goodness of your heart.
At least I'm doing something.
You just said, I'm going to be over there. I
Right.
was going to go there, but now I'm going to ruin
But you know,
pasta.
like when the kids get out of control, it's a little much.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Despite the fact that Tommy has not had pasta in 15 years, made pasta in 20 years, is not known for anything
No, I've
involving
never
mouths,
Heard of this before?
unless
from
you're
you.
hanging out at a bar on a Saturday night looking for a good old time. He is making Christmas baked ziti
Yeah,
for he and 6 other
a
people.
Christmas miracle.
You're going to need
It
a
is.
Christmas miracle. John's on CMF. Hey, John. How are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good, John. What's up?
Listen, with Tommy's past experience with meat, why would anyone trust his cooking?
It's a great question.
Great question,
For
John.
those who may be new to the show, Tommy, do you want to inform everybody listening as to what
I
John's...
spent 15 years as a butcher,
Uh-huh.
and I was trained how to cut meat.
Yeah.
And I served the public for 15 years honorably.
Yep.
Except for a few occasions.
John, did he leave something out?
Inform everybody listening.
All right, John, I got to let you go, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Yes, I had a dispute with a customer,
Uh-huh.
and we straightened it out with my ass.
And how did you do that, Tommy?
I wiped myself with his roast, and then gave it back to him.
So why should I trust your stuffed
I'm not going
shells?
to do that. I mean, geez, I was a kid doing that.
You were in your 30s.
Well, I was 28.
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Teddy's on CMF. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
You should be ashamed of yourself. You are Italian. You don't know how to cook pasta or red sauce. Come on, Tommy. Your mother never spanked you with a wooden spoon, didn't she?
With the wooden spoon?
Mother never spanked you with a wooden spoon?
Yeah, that's why the sauce
Yeah.
tasted like that.
Most Italian woman, mother, is always spank the kid with a wooden spoon.
Teddy, what are you talking about, Teddy?
He's not wrong.
If he, I'm talking about most Italian people. I mean, like Tommy, it should be know how to make at least red sauce.
All right.
Or at least some ravioli.
Teddy, you know I love you, but there is something very funny about you and your accent wildly stereotyping an
Teddy's
entire
married-
culture worth of
Teddy's
people.
married to an Italian woman.
I
right?
understand. It's just funny. Like,
Yes.
hey, with this thick accent, let me tell you about other people. But Teddy, go on. Are you cooking? Teddy, are you cooking on Christmas?
Of course I do. Actually, when I went in Italy about 7 weeks ago, I was taking a cooking class for 6 hours.
You went to
Okay.
Italy and took a 6-hour cooking class?
Yes, I did. Unfortunately, it was raining, so I don't have any choice but taking cooking class.
All right, Teddy, so are you saying right now that you believe you can cook Italian better than the Sicilian that sits across from me?
I didn't say that, but I can do better than Tommy, right?
Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Let me tell you about other people. All right, I'm going to throw this out here.
Go ahead.
And stop kicking you around for a little while.
I'll bring. You know what? I'll bring it a little. I'll bring it a little.
There is not enough money in the world for me to eat that.
Oh, because it's not a cheat day.
No, because it's going to taste like ass. Literal ass.
It's not going to taste like
Merry
ass.
Christmas. Hope you like ass. You should have a right to pass on holiday dinner if it's prepared by an amateur. And I'm dead ass serious.
That's every meal you make.
No.
Your mother's an amateur.
No. This is a special meal. You should go with the people who know what they are doing or someone that is transitioning into that position because the person who was doing it can't do it anymore. Of all of the people that will be in your house for that meal, you are hands down
Man, I can't wait.
the least qualified to make this dish. Like by a mile. Your wife.
Anybody could cook.
Really?
Yeah, you just follow the recipes. You could Google
But
anything.
you can get in
lost.
over your head pretty quick, though.
No, you can't.
I mean,
anymore.
depending on what you're making.
It's pasta in a dish in an oven. I'm not making some high-end souffle.
Your wife is a great cook.
Yeah.
Kimmy, could you imagine if we got invited over to Tommy's house and go, here, we're going to have a meal.
Yeah.
And we walked in and Tommy is the one preparing.
Had his
Aw,
chef
man.
hat on.
So
Yeah,
it would
chef.
make-
I had the apron with the funny saying.
Are you going to call Tommy chef now that he's cooking?
Well, if
on
he's
it?
wearing the hat, you got to call him chef.
Okay. You know the most mind-blowing part of this, too?
What's that?
As 252 WCMF, Tommy is cooking baked
No, not
ziti
Tommy, chef.
and meatballs for his entire family,
Yeah.
6 people other than him, on Christmas, even though he hasn't made it in 20 years, hasn't eaten it in 15 years, and has no idea what the hell he's doing. The most mind-blowing part of this is how confident you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good in the kitchen.
No, you have no reason to be
You
confident.
told us this and didn't expect any reaction at all.
All right, then
You
I
were
get
just
support
like,
from
oh.
my friends, but no.
When are they showing up?
I don't know. Never. I've been coming here for 30 years with nothing.
Yeah, what's that say? Yeah, in fact, the 2 hosts you had before me found much more success in other places most of the time. Kimmy, there are times where a person is thrust into the head cook position of a family holiday meal.
Yeah.
Most of those times, Kimmy, those people feel anxiety about it. They don't want to mess it up.
Like their first go at it. you're
Exactly.
saying?
They understand how hard it is. And that's the biggest problem here. It's been so long, Tommy, since you've done this. You don't know how easy it is for like 10 different things in this simple recipe to go wrong. And it won't
Wait,
even
there's 10 things in that thing?
But it won't even matter to you because you don't know how it's supposed to taste.
Do you think, though, sometimes if somebody's doing it for the first time or the first time in a long time, they're actually paying a little bit more attention to the recipe when they're putting it all together than if you're just somebody that you're doing it off the top of your head and maybe you forget something here or there?
That's a great question.
What's that?
Well, let's see, Kimmy. You and I, you've worked with Tommy now for a decade,
Yeah.
right? If I asked you, name a man who pays attention, how many people would you cycle through?
Number 1, right here.
You weren't even paying attention to what you just said. You were saying, I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe not you so much. But I'm thinking if I'm making something for the first time, like I'm triple checking that thing to make sure I didn't forget anything.
I already got it in my head, man. I like my mind's eye. I see it done. Easy. And if you screw up, throw more cheese on it. That's all.
When in doubt, put
More
cheese on it.
You know I'm right.
Not
If
It helps. It helps.
Pour more cheese.
Cheese covers the
cheese
sins
solves
of your
everything.
baking.
Man. If the world started their day with cheese, it'd be world peace.
That's why there's so many problems with China.
Right. They're pushing each other around.
We got phone numbers. We got phone calls coming in. Chris writes us on Twitter at WCMF Break Room. Tommy wearing a chef's hat would instantly double his height. It's true. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. First of all, watching Tommy, I don't think you can put up enough energy to do baked ziti. Secondly, where I come from, we call it gravy, and that's the most important part of any sauce gravy you make. And baked ziti is obviously something that I've been making it for 47 years because my mother-in-law told me I had to learn how to do it when I married my Italian wife.
You get pushed around by some broad, and then you pick up gravy because you watch Sopranos.
No, it's everybody from Jersey. That's what we call it, Tommy. And again, watching you, there's no way you're going to.
Nobody wants your lousy, rancid Jersey sauce, bro. that you got from your hoey mother-in-law.
For God's sake! Now you're just
She's a mother-in-law from New Jersey. She slept around.
Oh,
yeah. Just remember, Tommy, they take names and put lists together.
Yeah, be careful.
Who?
By the way, he could end up with a bunch of blood in that ziti. Jay, he wouldn't know. He wouldn't know the difference. Oh, it tastes delicious. Tastes delicious. Hey, Jay, are you cooking on Christmas? Is that your game?
That is my game, and ziti is our meal.
I would love to do a blind taste test between Jay Ziti and Tommy.
Oh, you do? You want to do a blind taste test?
Yeah,
we can start now.
Really? Why? What are you thinking?
I'm just getting into the baked ziti home delivery game.
No kidding. Wait,
Yeah.
You have like.
So I got a little kiosk set up in a men's room.
No, what's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's
He's
Jersey
set up at Marketplace
Sauce.
Mall where there's nobody there.
From T-neck to your neck.
Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I think Jay was asking. You thought I was asking what he must not have heard that setup before.
Yeah, he wanted in.
Yeah, no, really.
Yeah.
It's interesting because there's a line.
Yes.
The men's room. You know what the worst part of this whole thing is?
What?
Again, talking about Tommy making baked ziti. Volunteered to make baked ziti on
And
Christmas.
I stepped up. How about the fact that I step up?
Oh, yeah. How about
Most guys my age should be shutting down. I'm 65. I'm doing this in my 60s for Christ's
That would be like me going down to the hospital and stepping up. Hey, I'm here to cure cancer. I can't do that. I'm just going to ruin things. You're the cancer of pasta. The worst part of this whole thing.
What was it?
And Kimmy will back me up on this when she comes back. You won't know you failed because the people around you are far too nice.
That's true.
Your wife.
I'm in a rocking chair here.
And your stepkids will not look you in the face and tell you
Yeah,
that
but
you suck.
you'll get a vibe when they start eating.
When
You
they
get a
start
vibe.
eating. If their plate isn't cleared, if they're just kind of poking around at it.
I will say
or if
this.
they're making if it's crunching for some reason.
Hey, I will say this: if nobody goes for seconds, because nobody can say no to ziti, it's impossible.
Yeah, you never
So-
just do. It's never one scoop of ziti.
Yeah, like it's like having one slice of lasagna. You're gonna have two.
Okay.
So if they don't go for seconds, I know I failed. That'll be my
Are
barometer.
you saying this into a mic so your wife hears it so she goes for seconds to make you feel better?
She's listening to the bass. She likes that TJ down there who's always running her mouth.
Yeah, you know what? They can all cook. You got a couple of Italians that actually know how to do this.
Wait, they got Italians on a country station?
Yeah, you don't remember Italian country?
No. How's that go?
Good luck.
Hold on.
That's as easy to take,
I'm not the voice guy. You're the voice guy. You do Italian
Fresh country. Get your country music.
That's
Fresh country.
Oh, it's as bad as your CD, you bitch-ass bitch. Let's take a break. Speaking of bitches, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we've already started.
Yeah, we've been doing it all day. Bitch Voice Theater, very aggressive day today, coming up at you. Also, the NFL made an announcement yesterday.
Well, they changed it now.
They're not changing. Well, they're not changing things. There's just a new place they'll be playing another international game.
Oh, they found another country?
No, another city.
Oh.
And that's it. The final puzzle piece has been laid for what I've been telling you is going to happen for the last 5 years. It has all been put together. This is it.
Same country, different city?
You got it. Oh, I'm going to let you guess. I'm excited. They call him Tommy Atlas.
Oh.
Yeah, he was Mike Tyson's trainer for years. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I mean, this is it.
What happened?
The NFL is doing it again. They are putting their options as far as they can to make this possible, and it is only a matter of time before we in America are waking up at 9 o'clock in the morning every single Sunday
Really?
to watch a division of European teams.
They're going to burn these guys out.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or laugh hilariously at the inevitable disaster of him making dinner for family on Christmas, eventually ruining everything. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of,
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I won't eat Tommy's ziti because I'm afraid it's going to have Tommy's little hands in it. I'm going to get grossed out because I'm a non-ziti eating Tommy preparing little bitch.
Yeah, all of that is true.
What's wrong with my hands? My hands are clean.
No, I know they're clean, but they're just weird looking.
They're not. I have very nice hands. We don't have nice hands for me.
Very nimble fingers.
I don't know where to go with that.
What do you mean? No, a normal person would say thank you.
Thank you.
We take all your bitch voices.
Ma'am.
We run them back. Kimmy, I think, made her first creep cap yesterday.
I think I creeped myself out.
It's a bitch voice theater happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I'm scared of and I'm scared of Kimmy's dad, so I won't make any Kimmy mom jokes, but I just
Well, she also has a nice mother.
bitch. My mom's not nice.
Oh, she's nice.
Of,
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I just want a non-romantic date night where we just sit around and just eat food and drink and then just go to sleep after a while. Because I'm a non-date night having little bit.
Hey, baby, I spent $40. Get down on it.
But it's an old
Oh, I'm
style
sorry.
fireplace. You got a fireplace.
I don't have a fireplace.
Pat Duffy, I don't feel good today, but I don't want anybody looking at my private parts because I'm such a dainty little bitch boy. So, we have a shared driveway where I live. It's called a private drive. Paul goes many ways.
I want to rub my mouth, be a tough guy, but I get an opportunity to stand up and say something. I won't because I'm scared as dumbass bitch.
I was an executive chef of a country club down in Pennsylvania.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I look like a 1930s chimney sweep this morning. Sweep out your chimney, Governor. I'm just a chimney sweeping bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
So there's a lot of NFL news going on today.
Okay.
First of all, we told you this morning the Buffalo Bills have 10 new owners, although they own a minority stake. Two of them, the headliners, being Vince Carter, former NBA star, and other former NBA star, Tracy McGrady. We told you that Bill Belichick took a job as the head coach of the University of North Carolina. His son will be the head coach in waiting. The Bills take on the Lions, 4:25 Sunday, a game you can listen to live on CMF if you want to watch that game.
Oh, what do I do?
We'll come hang out with one super cool cat.
Kimmy's got a gig?
No, he said super cool cat.
Well, girls can be cats. Or actually, they dress up as cats.
I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai on
You're going to
Sunday
be in a cat suit.
for this Lions-Bills game. Delicious food, fantastic drink. We'll see you there
Go anyway.
Sunday at
Go,
4:25.
say hi.
Man,
Don't worry, Tommy won't be there.
He's just throwing anything, hoping it sticks to the wall,
Hey,
much
you
like
dress
his
up like a cat.
much like his ziti because he undercooked it. And the NFL made another announcement yesterday.
So what are they doing?
So the international series will go into its 20th year next year.
Wow.
They first started in 2005. They announced in February that they will be expanding the first game ever in Spain.
Oh.
So that'll be happening in Madrid, but we knew about that one.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they announced a new city. Now, I told you, it's a new city in a country they've already played in. You want to take a shot?
Well, it's either got to be Germany or England.
Germany and England are not cities.
No, but I'm
Well,
saying
but you're saying it
country.
has to be a city
Yes.
in that country.
I'm going to go Germany.
Okay, you want to take a shot at the city?
So they did Munich?
They did Munich.
What's in a big city?
They're playing in Berlin next year.
Oh, I was going to say Berlin.
They're playing in Berlin.
They haven't. So they have not played there.
They have
before.
not played
They
in
did Munich,
Berlin.
yeah.
They will be playing at Olympic Stadium in Berlin next season. Now, for those who don't know, Germany was one of the NFL Europe's most successful countries.
Yeah.
Yes, they nailed it. They had the Rhine Fire and the Berlin Thunder.
Oh,
Rhine isn't Germany, right?
sounds like it.
Anywho. So two new cities
All right.
that the NFL is testing out internationally next year. New country in Spain, new city in Germany. And it's official.
It's a It's an international game now.
Well, no, it's been an international game. It's 20 years of doing this.
Yeah.
They sell out every single game. The tickets are impossible to get if you're over there. When the NFL decides to do a European division, and I say
So
when.
a league. So there'll be one.
Not a league, a division
Okay.
of the NFL. We will now have 4 teams. You'll have 2 in London, 2 different cities in Germany. You could have 1 in London, 1 in Spain, 2 cities in Germany. You could have 2 in London, 1 in Spain, 1 in
So what
Germany.
do you think they'll do? 4 or 5 teams?
They're going to do 4. It's
All right.
4-team division.
All right.
And so here's how they're going to do it. They'll get to 18 games. We talked about that this morning. They will add a second bye week, which will help with European travel. They'll be able to maneuver everything around that. It'll be 2 new franchises, expansion teams, and 2 moved franchises, Jacksonville being one of them. The next NFL team that is ready to move will be the 4th team that plays in Europe.
Okay.
Mark my
But
word.
then all the other divisions would have to shift around too, though, right?
Not
Because
necessarily.
Well,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
because
So how do
then
you
those
do the
other
playoffs?
places would be only with 3 teams.
Like when with, you know what I'm saying?
It's a great question. I
Because
don't
the
know.
playoffs would be difficult
Right.
to do. And then, do you put the Super Bowl in Europe?
At some
one
point
year?
they will. There will be a London Super Bowl.
That's going to piss
You're right.
everybody off.
I don't know how soon it happens, but it's going to happen.
That's the world will come to an end.
But most people are traveling to the Super Bowl anyways. I mean,
No, but like to see to see our precious Super Bowl
Yeah.
on
Ford
Soul will piss people off.
Goodell talked about it last year at the Super Bowl. He said he envisioned a London Super Bowl at some point, and it would be massive. It would be
feels
massive.
like it's quite a ways away, though.
Look
Just
at-
based on like teams moving, you know.
They could do this pretty quick.
Yes, I think it can happen sooner than you think. I mean,
Could Mexico get a team? 'Cause
So-
I never understood why they never put a team in Mexico because they are crazy for football.
So
down
I think it has a lot to do with currency exchange, how much money they can make. They have played in Mexico, but they haven't played there since 2022 because Stadium Azteca, where they have played the games traditionally, has been undergoing renovations for 3 years.
Oh.
But I can't see a permanent team in Mexico just based on spending power per country.
Oh.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right?
It's a
I mean-
big city. That's like one of the biggest cities in the world.
No, I get what you're saying, but you also have to ask yourself where these
You
players
got to ask yourself.
want to live.
Mexico City sounds nice.
Okay. I've never been.
Me neither. I heard their food is delicious. A lot of cheese.
Look,
a lot of cheese. No bread.
No, shut up.
No bread.
Don't do this.
There's bread in Mexico.
No, it's called tostada.
There is too much money to be made for the NFL for this to not.
So then they're going to Asia.
I mean, at some point, yes, you would have an entirely global game.
Asians are crazy for sports.
And that would actually make more sense because it would give you the ability to actually circumvent the globe when you're scheduling. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the players have been vocally opposed to the European
League.
games, first of all,
Yeah.
a division, but they're going to eventually come around too because an 18th season or an 18th game and more money coming into the league means more money for the
But
players.
do they have the talent? Because you start to dilute the talent. Because right now it's hard to find great quarterbacks.
Sure,
right?
sure, sure. Yeah.
So you don't have enough quarterbacks of that caliber right now to fill the rank.
You're absolutely right. But what you're not doing, you're thinking small. You need to
Always
think.
do.
You need to think big, and this is why you need to watch the NBA, my friend. Because when the USA Dream Team went over to Europe,
Yeah.
basketball, although well known,
Yeah.
there weren't very many European players. Now, all of the best
of the
players,
best players.
all of the best
Yeah.
players are European players. The MVP race is a bunch of foreign-born guys.
Pretty competitive
But
over there.
they're not
And-
playing football over there in the youth.
The point I'm making is
They're
they're
going to have
not,
a bunch of kickers.
they're not playing football over there in the youth. You've already started to see
That makes
European
sense to
the
players.
rugby transfers.
And as the NFL puts more of a footprint in Europe and in South America, they are going to invest in youth leagues to bring those players up.
But I am saying, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But that quarterback position seems so hard to fill. It takes.
I always wonder though if there are really good quarterbacks out there, they're just not in the right situations. You know what I mean? Like I always wonder like what quarterbacks could have been great had they been in better situations.
Look what's going on with Sam Darnold in
Yeah,
Minnesota
like
right
you
now.
see all of a sudden, like I mean, Sam Darnold's one of them. All of a sudden, like Geno Smith came out of nowhere after a decade in the league.
Baker Mayfield's rebuilding his career. in
Yeah,
Tampa
I mean,
Bay.
I guess I don't know.
called
Maybe
that
if there's more opportunities for guys out there, maybe we see some. I don't know.
252 WCMF. Yesterday, the NFL announced a brand new city next year for the international series. They're going to be going back to Germany, but they'll be playing in Berlin for the first time. This is off of the news back in February. that they will be going to Madrid, Spain for the first time. And look, the NFL is going to have a European division. It's just a matter of time, and all of these things will get sorted out.
And we're going to have European quarterbacks.
Yeah.
A handsome Spanish guy.
Yeah, you can get behind a
Miguel Fernandez.
Miguel Fernandez, quarterback of the Barcelona
Or you can have a German
Dragons.
guy, like a Fritz.
By the way, they could play in teams here. They wouldn't necessarily just be playing
No, but
for
Pat's
those
saying
teams.
you're going to grow this league. You're going to
Yeah,
grow
yeah.
players that you can start
But they
to
would
harvest.
they would be in the
like the
the
NHL
draft.
did.
Yes, exactly. Or the NBA. Well, the NHL was always kind of a foreign league. Look, we saw Juan Soto, the former Yankee superstar, sign with the Mets last week for over $750 million.
Yeah.
NBA and Major League Baseball salaries are far beyond what NFL players make. Do you know why?
No.
Part of it is roster size, but the bigger part of it is the money that these leagues make overseas. The NBA is massive in Europe
Is
and
baseball
Asia.
big overseas?
Baseball is not big in Europe, but it's huge in Asia.
Yeah, I know.
Huge in Asia.
Yeah,
And these leagues send these teams over, and they play series, and they do exhibitions,
Yeah.
and that money goes into the pockets of the league, which guarantees more money for the players. So as much as these players now go, this is not something we want, when the salaries start
Well,
going
they're
up,
going to chase the money.
exactly. The NFL makes more money than those leagues in the United States. NFL players are more recognizable than the players in those other leagues in the United States. And the NFL, although catching up, is still behind those leagues in terms of international promotion. They won't be for long.
All right.
I'm telling you, man. I am
It's
telling
going to be
you.
a different world.
I don't know if it's a bad thing, though, a European division. Is it
Give
bad?
it a go. See what happens.
It's going to change your taste.
Why?
Because you're used to, look, man, you grew up with this sport as an American sport.
Yeah, but we get to have breakfast and watch football.
We will have football from 9 in the morning until midnight.
I understand that.
I don't think you do.
But I don't know what kind of football you think you're going to get. It might be crappy football.
You're going to have American players playing in Barcelona, in Berlin, in London.
Tune in to see Jacksonville take on the Giants in the Who Cares Bowl.
Why would you make another bowl? You just keep the Super Bowl.
Well,
I mean, it doesn't make any
well,
sense
You may have another bowl.
to add another bowl there. And I mean, well, it also like unites people that wouldn't normally interact, right?
Yeah.
Like
We all know Europeans, they really interact well in sports.
I will say, well, I mean, like
Yeah, they're not crazy at all for their sports teams.
No, and they really bring people together in harmony.
they never had problems when they did NFL Europe, and they sold out stadiums all the
No,
time.
but we see the soccer stuff.
Oh my!
They burn the place down and then they go to their parents.
They burn the place down.
Where was that one place where the guy needed a police escort?
All of them?
Yes.
Bro, they pepper sprayed college students for trying to plant a flag in a fake field in Columbus, Ohio
Yeah, that got a
last
little
weekend.
nuts this year,
Very
huh?
rare, very rare.
They tried yesterday. Did you see the story yesterday?
No.
A lawmaker in Ohio, I'm not making this
Goalposts
up.
were thrown into rivers this year.
They marched it down Broadway in Nashville and
This
trucked it
happened again, 2 weeks ago?
yesterday in regards to that Ohio State-Michigan flag planting
Yeah.
incident where police got involved and pepper sprayed the players. A lawmaker in Ohio, and I'm not making this up, you can go look, presented a bill that would make it a felony to plant a flag at the 50-yard line in Ohio Stadium where the Buckeyes play. Look it up yourself.
That is sacred ground.
You
You know
wanna-
Woody Hayes is buried underneath that.
No, he's not buried underneath it.
Was that Hoffa?
You want to talk about the most Charmin soft of like you made your whole state look like a bunch of pusses. Oh, what if we make it against the law? Now it's a felony. I'm gonna call the police because you got a flag. It doesn't even stick. It's fake turf.
Yes, I've thought. Yeah.
Come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing about next year in the break room. Let's see you, man. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Howdy, old Thursday, Rapperoo.
For Thursday Break Room CMF. That makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
We're going to get a little creepy.
Yep, Creep kept coming at you in a weird vampire voice for some reason. We'll get more about into tomorrow in a second. But we have to remind you,
Yes, sir.
with tomorrow,
What's going
kicks
on?
off the Tops Food for Families food drive, brought to you by News 8, and we partner with them there,
Yeah.
right? And Food Link. That's going to be kicking off at Tops Friendly Markets on Mount Read Boulevard. You can stop by tomorrow, drop off non-perishable items or cash donations throughout the day. You can also purchase little brown bags of hope.
Hey, you nailed it.
Thank you. For either $5, $10, or $20 at any neighborhood Tops Friendly Markets through Christmas Eve. You can buy brown bags of hope. I got to do like the walleye mouth. Brown bags of hope. Sorry, what?
Nope.
Sorry,
Don't
what?
Say what you're going to say.
You can buy brown bags of hope online at topsmarkets.com/littlebrownbags. And inside the Little Brown Bags of Hope, items needed by Food Link for this holiday season. So go do some good tomorrow at the Mount Read Tops online and throughout the holiday season with the brown bags of hope. Tomorrow also a football Friday.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the biggest freaking game.
This is it, bro.
This is This will be the second biggest game of the year the Bills play in
Yeah.
NFL wise, right?
Yeah.
Is
Well, I
there
always say that Baltimore game was big.
NFL wide?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
talking about all the fan bases.
I'm sorry,
You had
everybody's.
two of the best quarterbacks going out for Baltimore.
look, I'm not-
Kansas City and then this one.
I'm saying I think the Kansas City game was everyone's going to sit
All
down and
right.
watch. Sunday, everyone's going to sit down.
Oh,
and
yeah,
watch.
because it's a 4:00 game, right?
4:25.
Yeah.
So we will have Tommy's picks. He's coming off a golden sombrero, no
yeah,
wins.
but I got some hot takes, baby.
I'm curious where you're going to go because I know you love Dan
Yeah.
Campbell,
Yeah.
head coach of the Lions. You said
Kinda
you
split on this one.
Coach Soup.
You said you would switch head coaches with them if given the opportunity.
Bro, that's a coach. That's a goddamn man.
We'll find out.
That's a full-ass man.
McDermott has made the
That's a
playoffs.
man and a half.
McDermott has missed the playoffs 1 year in Josh
Yeah, but
Allen's rookie season.
McDermott ain't a man's man.
Oh?
Oh, my gosh.
Not like this guy.
What are you talking about?
This guy looks like a lumberjack.
Why are you
He
getting
could be in the brawny towel package.
Why are you getting a boner? Can you wear looser pants tomorrow if we're going to talk about Dan Campbell?
He's got an attractive wife, Holly, beautiful woman.
Okay.
Let's talk about women now. Wait, you looked
You
at his
just
wife's
throw
name, you
throw in
weirdo?
her name in there?
No, he looked her up on Instagram.
That's what I just said.
That's
even
even
creepier.
What?
You probably accidentally liked a few
Well, when you
pictures,
look
too.
at Dan Campbell, you know other things pop up like his wife.
And your boner. So we'll get to that.
I did not have a
Tommy's-
boner for Dan Campbell's wife
No, Dan Campbell.
or Dan Campbell.
Tommy's-
Todd Landau, that's a different story.
Tommy does it like it is. It's after 7:45 tomorrow. We'll have our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
We'll find out what Detroit-themed character he is tomorrow.
The guesses are already rolling in.
What do we got?
So we got Bob Seger.
Okay, that's a
Oh.
good guess.
What were the
I
other
said
ones?
Eminem.
Somebody said the.
He's not going to bleach his hair.
Somebody did guess Eminem.
Ah.
Somebody also guessed what's the guy's name from Tool Time?
Tim the Toolman.
Oh,
No, but
Tim Allen.
the sidekick, Alan.
Alan
okay.
from.
Yeah.
By the way, M&Ms are possible, but falling out of his mouth, not as a character. So we'll get to all that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy,
Yep.
you said you would try Tommy Ziti?
No, well, if I was going to, I'd make him eat it first, just to
because I'm going to poison
I'm
you.
just making sure nothing happened to this ZD.
For Tommy Muley, rousing first endorsement for your exciting Christmas meal.
You take a bite first, then we'll see how this goes.
My name's Ben Tommy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.